And so the first presentation, the first talk will be by Guido Maguire from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And so, okay, yeah, and then so his talk is called Something Rather Than Nothing, and a reply to Rodriguez Pereira is the original title anyway. So Guido, please.
Okay, thank you, Ezequiel. Thank you for this, and thank you, Carlo and Sebastian, for organizing this beautiful conference in these terrible times. A kind of comfort to see all of you, my old friends, and some new people. That's really great. Thank you for this. But the time is short, so I go straight forward to my talk. And I'm not going to talk about a topic of metaphysics. In fact, I'm going to talk about the most important topic of metaphysics. But at least according to some people, it is the fundamental question of metaphysics. Also, it is called the fundamental question. And I was quite happy to see an argument by Peter van Inwagen, because I had such kind of insight thinking about set theory. I mean, it is quite clear. We know there is just one empty set, cannot be two empty sets. And I thought exactly the same we may say about words. There are no two empty words, just one. So the probability that there is exactly this empty word would be practically zero. And well, some people have been thinking about these issues. I mean, great philosophers like Leibniz, Kant, Heidegger, Wittgenstein, and also Gonzalo has something to say about it, about this particular argument proposed by Peter van Inwagen. It is called the probabilistic argument. And I think Gonzalo made three objections, and these objections are not convincing, I think. All I want to do today is to show why I don't believe that these objections are good. I think the argument is good, or maybe it's not perfect as it stands, but in its main lines is correct. So this is what I'm going to defend here today. I will try to share my screen. So this is titled Something Rather Than Nothing. As I said, it has to do with the so-called fundamental question. Why is there something rather than nothing? I mean, there are a lot of things, humans, animals, planets, particles, and it could be nothing, at all. Why is there something rather than nothing? And as I said, Peter van Inwagen proposed an argument, the so-called probability argument, or the probabilistic argument, according to which the probability of there being nothing is virtually zero. And Rodriguez Pereira has a paper published 3 years ago with three objections. What I'm going to do today is quite simple. I will first present the probabilistic argument, then I will discuss the first objection by Gonzalo, according to which there is not only one empty word, but many, in fact, uncountable many empty words. The second objection by Gonzalo I will discuss here is about the principle of equiprobability of possible words, according to which each word has the same probability as any other possible word. And then the third objection on the significance of the argument, according to Gonzalo, to give the probability of an event does not explain the event. And I think he's right about it, but I have some remarks to make about it. And that's all. So first at all, the probabilistic argument. As I said, it is, so it's about the fundamental question, why is there something rather than nothing? And the argument was proposed by Peter van Inwagen in his book, and it was a bit reformulated by Rodriguez Pereira. And we assume the new version of the argument, a modified version of the argument. And I will say why I prefer this modified version of the argument. The argument is quite simple. We just have 4 premises. The first one is these. There are some beings that can vary continuously. There are some concrete things, objects. They could be different in many different ways. Right? The distribution of particles could be different. So there are plausibly uncountable many ways things could be, concrete things could be. And then the second premise, if there are beings that can vary continuously, there are uncountably many possible worlds. Well, with 1 and 2 and modus ponens, we get simply that there are uncountable many concrete worlds, or uncountable many possible worlds. The important point made by Gonzalo is that in VII just mentioned that there are infinitely many possible worlds. And it is quite important to assume that are more than just infinity, or more exactly, there are uncountable many possible worlds. This will be important for discussing the probability. And I'm just assuming this is correct. In fact, actually, as far as I know, no one discusses these two premises, just kind of uncontroversial. Premise 3 is this one. There is at most one possible world in which there are no concrete objects. More exactly, there is exactly one possible world with no concrete objects. I would call it 0C. Now, 0C means zero concrete. I would call some concrete words 1C, 2C, 3C, just for simplicity, just a way to refer to each possible word. So 0C is the world with no concrete objects, zero concrete objects, and there is just one empty world. And the fourth premise, for any two possible worlds, the probability of their being actual is equal. That means if A is a possible world, B is a possible world, so the probability of A is perfectly identical to the probability of B. There is no difference. If you want, reality is not loaded in a way. Conclusion, well, the probability of there being nothing is virtually zero. There are uncountable many ways to be. Only one among these outcomes is the empty world, so the probability is zero. This is quite easy to understand. And I mean, as I said, this is a kind of intuition many people have, and I'm going to defend this. First, I would like to make two remarks. The first one, what is at stake is the existence of concrete objects. 0C is a word with no concrete object. That means the existence of abstract objects is considered unproblematic. So even the empty word is empty concerning concrete objects, but it's full of abstract objects like numbers, pure sets, and whatever you want. So there are a lot of abstract objects. What is at stake here is the existence of concrete objects. The second point, this is quite important, the cardinality of the set of concrete words is at least uncountable infinite. And this has a reason, because otherwise, this is quite important, otherwise the probability of each word couldn't be zero because of the principle of additivity. If I mean one word has probability 0 and the other one 0, 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, we have 0 at the end. And so the whole logical space would have probability 0. When we have uncountable many possible words, this problem does not arise. We just can attribute probability 0, a kind of infinitesimal. And I think this is the point. This is the reason why Gonzalo modified the original argument. This is quite important in just assuming this as true. There are uncountable many concrete words. So what is the problem with this argument? Well, according to Gonzalo, the first problem is the idea, the claim that there is just one empty word. He's not alone. Some other people have made this point, Mason and Healing, for example, for different reasons. Some people say, for example, there could be two different empty words with different modal profiles, with different dispositions, something like that. I will focus on Gonzalo's argument, but my point is neutral concerning all these alternatives. That means mutatis mutandis, I could apply my response to each one of these strategies to multiply the empty word. So this is Gonzalo's idea. Suppose proposition P exists, which says P is true. This is a true teller proposition. It may exist, it may not exist. So there are at least two empty words, one with P and one without P. There are two. But things are even worse. Think of a loop of propositions. 3, for example, P says that Q is true, Q says that R is true, and R says that P is true. I will call these propositions true spoiler propositions. You could have 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. In fact, you could have, says Gonzalo, infinitely many true spoiler propositions. So we have infinitely many contingent abstract entities. Now, just apply Cantor's theorem, according to which there are uncountable many possible combinations of consistent assignments of true values to the members of the set of countable infinitely propositions. Now, if this is true, and I assume this is of course true, there are uncountable many true spoiler variants of the actual word, of the empty word. There are uncountable many empty words, all true spoiler variants. Also, the empty word with the P and Q, and P, Q, and R, true or false. So we have uncountable many empty words. We have also uncountable many concrete words. The conclusion seems to be quite simple. The probability of there being nothing at all is 0.5. The probability of being something is 0.5. The probability of being nothing is 0.5. What is the problem with this? First of all, why I do not agree with Gonzalo. The first thing is how do we define probability over a space of uncountable many outcomes? Sorry, I have trouble here. So, how we decided the probability of uncountable uncountable probability space? Usually we use a triple. The first element of the triple is omega, which is the sample space, that is the set of all possible outcomes. The second element is what I call A, which is the event space. The event space is a kind of partition. It's a sigma algebra. A sigma algebra is just a kind of set of subsets of omega with some conditions. This is not important. I will explain shortly, but the idea is quite simple. And P is a function of probability measure. That means a function of events to a real value between 0 and 1. Again, the idea is quite simple. We have something like the whole space of events, of outcomes, uncountable many outcomes, and then we cut this logical space, just like we cut a pizza or a cake in partitions. This is the event space. In this example here, I just cut the space in two parts, a left part and right part, and we can say, well, the probability of the left part, of the kind of event of the left part is 0.5. The probability of the right partition is 0.5. But you could cut the logical space in different ways. We can cut in 4 partitions and say, well, the probability of each one of these partitions is 0.25. We can cut in 3 parts. And one important thing here is to know that even if you cut the logical space in 2 parts, in 2 partitions, so to say, we can cut it in different ways. We can cut it in uncountable many different ways. The important question here is, how shall we define A? Which partitions shall we assume? And Gonzalo assumes the partition which cuts the logical space in 2 parts, empty words and non-empty words. It's a requirement of sigma algebra that the first element is always the empty set, and the second element is omega, the whole space. That's just a technicality I will left out from my here from the way I for them terms. I'm just take the partitions which are relevant for designing the probability distribution. which is, in the case of Gonzalo, just two parts, empty words and non-empty words. Well, what is my reply? My reply is we have to look, we have to consider two aspects. But the first one is a purely mathematical point. From purely mathematical point of view, the fact is there are uncountable many partitions. And that means the partition proposed by Gonzalo is just one among infinitely many. So the partition empty word 05, non-empty words 05 is the probability that this partition is the correct one is virtually zero. From purely mathematical point of view, there are so many ways to cut the logical space that this partition is the correct one is just the probability of 0, 1. I give just some examples. This is not really important. We can cut the logical space in words with, for example, 0 concrete objects and all others. This is just what Gonzalo made. Or we can take concrete words with one particle, with less than one particle, more than one particle, or less than 2 and more than 2, and so on. We could also cut the logical space in such a way that we put all concrete words together in a big set, a big C. And since the set of empty words is uncountable, we could build uncountable many subsets of the empty set. And in this way, we could say the probability of the empty set, of the empty words, would be 1 and not 0, or not 0.5. Or another way, we could cut the logical space in 3 partitions. One is the empty word, the other one, concrete words with Socrates, other words with concrete words without Socrates, and so on. Well, this is, of course, just a remark from purely mathematical point of view. And I think Gonzalo would probably insist, well, what is at stake here is the existence of concrete beings. And so the interesting way to cut logical space is quite simple. On the one side, we have empty words. On the other side, non-empty words, probability is 0.5 for each one. But the important point is there is a metaphysical argument against this kind of division, against this partition suggested by Gonzalo. And I will try to propose an alternative way to make the partition. This is the original partition. 0C, the word with 0 concrete objects, has probability 0. Concrete word 1 and 2 and 3, each one have probability 0 also. I mean, of course, I'm not trying to enumerate the elements of an uncountable set. This is just a façon de parler. I'm just trying to refer to each one of the concrete words. Well, according to Rodriguez Pereira, it is false to say that there is just one empty word. There are uncountable many. So the probability of it is 0.5. The probability of the concrete words is 0.5. My point against this partition is quite simple. I mean, okay, I agree, you're right. There are uncountable many true spoiler variants of the empty word. And this is so because true spoilers do not need concrete objects. They do not depend on concrete objects. They can exist in an empty word. Fair enough, but it is also true that these true spoiler variants are compatible with our concrete objects. And that means there are uncountable many true spoiler variants of each one of the concrete words. Just take our concrete word, the actual word. There is these words with 1 true spoiler, with 2 true spoilers, with 3 true spoilers. In fact, there are uncountable many variants of our word. In fact, I would be curious to know in which of these uncountable many words do you really live in. In any case, it is true about each one of the concrete words. So what I propose is that if it is true there are uncountable many true spoiler variants of the word 0C, there are also uncountable many true spoiler variants of the first concrete word and uncountable many true spoiler variants of the second one and of the third one, and of each one of the uncountable many concrete words. And so we have exactly the original partition restored. The only difference is now that instead of having single outcomes, single words, we have sets, which are the partitions. So instead of the 0C, we have the 0C partition. Instead of 1C, we have now the 1C partition. And so at the end, what we have is exactly the same as we had at the beginning. The probability of there being 0C is actually 0. I could think of an alternative way to think this partition. And we could think, for example, that there are lots of particles in our universe. According to Penrose, he tried to calculate it. I think it's something like 10 to the power of 80 baryons in the universe. Of course, you could enumerate each one of these particles, and I suppose each one is a contingent being. So we could enumerate and say what is at stake in a fundamental question is the number of concrete entities. There could be 0 entities. There could be just 1 particle. It could be 2 particles. It could be 3 particles, and so on. And though in this way we would get again, considering the possibility of having the true spoiler variance of each one of these words, the same kind of distribution. Instead of uncountable many concrete words, we would have then a finite number, but so huge, 10 to the power of 18, that we could say for practical reasons, we could say that the probability of the empty word is equal 0. This is the first point. The second point has to do with premise 4, which is the principle of equiprobability of possible words. Invegen himself said this is the premise most people are probably going to discuss, and he was right. So some people have been criticizing this premise, and I think it is quite plausible. And the dialectic here is quite thin because no one presents an argument for the principle or against this principle. What Invegen does is to present some scenarios or ideas, some examples to support the intuition that we have that possible words are equiprobable. And people who disagree present counterexamples to this principle. This is what I try to make here. I will discuss the counter-arguments or counter-examples proposed by Gonzalo and by another guy called Matthew Coatzen, according to which this principle is false. The idea is, Invegen seems to think that possible words are something like maximal states of an isolated system. And this is a kind of general principle that maximal states of an isolated system have to have the same probability. But what is a maximal state of an isolated system? Is not a definition, but a characterization. An isolated system is one such that no facts about objects external to the system could in any way influence the system. And a maximal state is a state such that for every other state, either the maximal state entails the other state or it entails its complement. I will not say that it's a good definition, and maybe it needs some adjustments. I'm just think that possible words are, in a way, maximal systems. And the reality, although the logical space of all possible words is such an isolated system that the principle is plausible in this case. Invegen proposed an example for supporting this intuition. Consider a computer coming out from an evaporating black hole. The probability that its hard disk contains a novel in English, French, Urdu, Esperanto is equal, for black hole does not have preferences about languages. I mean, it seems quite plausible, and I think I agree. That's kind of thing we think. If you think reality is trying to decide which word is going to exist, reality does not have preferences about possible words. In a word, reality is not loaded. In a sense, a dice could be loaded. Well, According to Gonzalo, this is a problem. He does not agree, and he thinks that's perfectly easy to suppose that reality is not indifferent. Reality may have preferences. And here is his argument or his example. Suppose a certain coin that has been tossed at moment t and is about to land. There are exactly 4 maximal states for the world to occupy at t star. A, the coin lands heads up. B, the coin lands tails up. C, the coin lands on its edge. D, the coin does not land. Well, we have 4 possibilities, 4 outcomes, so to say. I would just ignore D. I just suppose we have a coin, it is already landed, so there are 3 possibilities, A, B, C. It makes no big difference. According to Gonzalo, then the conclusion, it is perfectly easy to suppose, and indeed most theories of physical probability entail that, given the laws of nature and the physical characteristics and position of the coin at time t, one of those maximal states is more probable than the others. Of course, we do not expect that the coin is really going to land on its edge. It's more clear that the coin is going to land heads up or tails up. So there is a difference. Reality is loaded. Edge is not so that probably like the other or outcomes. My reply is quite simple. I think the idea is these maximal states or possible worlds are maximal states in a quite radical sense. And I don't think heads up, tails up, and edge are maximal states. We could imagine someone discussing the probability of a dice. We have 6 possible outcomes, 1, 2, 3, 1 to 6, and the probability of each one is similar to the probability of each other, right? But it depends how do you put the question. You can say there are exactly 2 outcomes. The outcome can be 1 or different from 1. Just 2 outcomes. The probability of 1 should be 0.5. The probability of being different from 1 is 0.5. And it's, of course, absurd. I think the same thing is, we may say about the coin example, because there are not just 3 or 4 maximal states. There are at least 360 maximal states. In fact, there are uncountable many if you consider real numbers, but the point is quite simple. Just take a coin, which is a 3-dimensional object, but imagine just a projection, a 2-dimensional coin. That's enough for my point. The coin may touch the ground in each of these angles. That means the coin may touch the ground at 0 degrees, at 1 degree, at 2 degrees, 90, 91, 180, 181, 360. We have edge exactly in the case the coin lands on the ground at 90 degrees or 270 degrees. In fact, even in this case, we would not have in real life edge. The coin would probably bounce and would keep to one side or another, lay down, and we'll have, in fact, tails up or heads up. My point is just, heads up is not a maximal state. It is a collection of many maximal states. Even edge is a collection of states. It's an event which entails 2 maximal states when the coin touched the ground at 90 degrees or 270 degrees. We have heads up in the case the coin touched the ground in any angle between 271 to 360 and between 0 and 89. There is what I say, there are about 180 maximal states heads up. And the same we can say about the tails up result outcome. So this is the reason I think, when we think, why do you think that the probability of heads up or tails up is much higher than the probability of edge? So exactly because each one of these angles is a maximal state. The probability of having 1 or 2 or 3 or 90 or 360 is exactly the same. I mean, if you consider the tossing a coin in randomic situations, not exactly of if we not consider physical laws and the position of the coin, we could say in this case, there is no probability involved. It's just a kind of full determinate circumstance, and the coin will land certainly at this angle. But I think for the intuition that we have concerning possible worlds, this is what we have to consider. Maximal states are maximally determinate, and heads up and tails up are not really maximal states. There are another guy, as I said, his name is Matthew Cotton. He's in the States somewhere. And he has a paper called The Probabilistic Explanation of Why There Is Something Rather Than Nothing. And like Gonzalo, he presents some counter examples to the principle of equiprobability. I think it's about 4 or 6 examples. Or even more, but I would discuss just 2. I think they are more relevant. The first one is quite similar to Gonzalo's, but with one important difference. It is the example with a coin. Consider a system in which a fair coin is repeatedly flipped until it comes tails, at which point the system self-destructs. This is a kind of bomb, universe annihilating bomb. There's only one way the coin lands tails on the first flip, and infinitely many ways the coin lands heads on the first flip. We could repeat, we have head and head and head and head and so on. Should we conclude that the coin is more likely to land heads up in the first flip as required by the principle of equiprobability? Certainly not. There's another example which is quite similar. This one, Dr. Evil has armed a universe annihilating bomb and is threatening to detonate it unless his demands are met. The police are pursuing him. Following the principle of equiprobability, we should conclude that the police are likely to apprehend him, for there is only one way for the future to go if Dr. Evil detonates the bomb, namely eternal nothingness. And there are lots of ways for the future to go if he is apprehended, but this conclusion sounds clearly false. I don't think these are really good counterexamples, and they are really not convincing in my view. For some reasons, I will focus now on coin, but everything I say about coin could be said about Dr. Evil. I will present 4 points. The first problem with this example is that outcome tails on the first flip is not a maximal state. This is quite similar to my reply to Gonzalo. The coin may touch the ground at any real angle, in fact, between 0 and 360. There are uncountable many ways we can have tails outcome, and uncountable many ways we can have heads outcomes. And so the probability is 0.505 as we expect. And by the way, if you accept the strange true spoiler variance, then again, we would have uncountable many heads up and uncountable many tails up. But in fact, honestly, I do not think this is relevant because this is not important for our intuitions concerning the probability of the coin. Anyway, in each case, even from concrete point of view, there are uncountable many ways to have tails up and heads up. The second problem is what I call the time effect. Usually, our intuitions about an event E at time t does not depend on any other events after t. So the explosion after tails up does not affect our intuition about the probability of A. The important point is there is no such time effect in possible world case. I mean, when we have evaluated the probability of each possible world, it is like just outside time and space, of course. I mean, we evaluate this from a God, from the point of view of God, as this kind of evaluation sub specie eternitatis. There's no time effect in the case of possible worlds. The third problem with this argument, with both, I mean, Dr. Evil and the coin example, is I do not really believe that could be something like a metaphysical bomb. And the argument, the counterexample, only works if you think that this is a kind of metaphysical bomb. I don't think this is really possible. because this is a bomb which transforms something in absolute nothing. To recall, the situation is this one: we have a coin, an experiment of flipping a coin. In the user experiment, we have in the first flip heads up or tails up, in the second again heads up or tails up, and the third one, and so on. And from purely logical point of view, what we have is a kind of perfectly symmetric distribution of heads and tails. But when you have such a metaphysical bomb, what we have is a kind of destruction of the whole logical space. After T, we have nothing at all. So the red part is no longer a logical possibility. It simply disappears. It does not longer exist. It has to be something like an absolute nothingness. Koten says it is eternal nothingness, absolute nothingness. This is quite a metaphysical bomb, because a usual bomb, a nuclear bomb, we would have something like this. I mean, after tails, the bomb explodes, and we have lots of particles. But we do not have coin. We don't have its position. And in case of Dr. Evil, we have no longer humanity, no more human beings, but this does not mean that there is nothing at all. There are uncountable many ways for the particles to be in the empty space, free floating in uncountable many different ways. So I do not really think there could be something like absolute nothingness. This atomic bomb is, I'm sorry, this metaphysical bomb just transforms something in absolute nothingness. That's a strange thing. The first point against coin is this one. Even if this metaphysical bomb were possible, it would be not relevant for the probability of possible words. For there are possible words with a coin system that self-destructs after first tail result, others with a coin system that self-destructs after the first head, others after the first edge, after the second tail, and so on. I mean, when we consider the situation from the point of view of possible words, this is not really relevant. The time is quite short, and I think I will discuss the next example, zebra example. This is a quite funny example. I think it goes back to Kana and the situation. This one, suppose you are having experience of a zebra standing in front of you. However, there being a real zebra in front of you and there being a mule cleverly disguised to look like a zebra in front of you are both maximal states of an isolated system. Should you conclude that both states are equally probable, this sounds bizarre. Now, what is the problem with this example? I think, first of all, I think that seeing a zebra experience situation is not really isolated, for it depends on the surroundings. Of course, we think it is more likely to see a zebra than a disguised mule, but we import this information from the outside, from surroundings for evaluating the situation. Suppose the situation in a country where live thousands of disguised mules and only 2 zebras. In this case, if you have the experience of seeing a zebra, you probably would suppose that you are seeing a mule and not a zebra. If you are in Africa, you will probably think you are seeing a zebra. But if you are in Brazil, for example, in North Brazil, the probability of seeing a mule is higher than to see a zebra. Maybe you do not believe this, but look, this is Brazil. 2012 in Brazil, a guy has to pay a penalty because he took money from people for taking pictures from this zebra. Of course, it is a fake zebra. Now, the evaluation depends, of course, on the surroundings. So it is not really an isolated system. And we think zebra outcome is more like than a mule situation just because of these empirical reasons, which do not play any role in evaluating possible words. And second point, the zebra example is not relevant for evaluating the probability of possible words. And I just give an intuition concerning this. Just think again, like an invite of an evaporating black hole and an animal coming out from it. Intuitively, the probability of a mule coming out from it is exactly the same as the probability of a zebra outcome. Well, my time is over, but I just need 2 minutes, please. About the significance of the argument, this is the last point. Rodriguez has a good point. He says the probabilistic argument is not significant, for to give the probability of a kind of event does not explain why this event did occur, even if the probability is 1. And I agree that is right to give the probability of an event, even to say that the probability is 1 is not to say why this event did occur. But still, I think the probabilistic argument is a significant reaction. I mean, the concept of significance is quite vague. It has to do with some pragmatic aspects. And this way, I think even if it is not an answer in terms of grounding, we are not giving the ground for the existence of concrete things, it is still a significant reaction. Just 4 remarks. First of all, not only causal or ground answers are significant reactions to a why question. According to some authors, at least some legitimate explanations are probabilistic in nature. I think this is a huge literature about it. Hempel, Humphreys, Miller, even this guy, Coulson, arguing this way. He said, well, the probabilistic argument does not give a ground for the existence of concrete things, but nevertheless, it is, of course, a relevant reaction. Second point, we have to consider historical background. There is a paper by Whiterall, I don't know, and he says, I think correctly, that asking the fundamental question almost inspires a reaction of awe or wonder. We think it's a kind of miracle. There is something and not nothing. And in this case, the probabilistic argument is an adequate reaction to this feeling of awe or reverence associated with the question. Maybe you think it's a kind of miracle that there is something. I also, it's just like to say, well, it's a miracle. Jane won 2 times the lottery, and you could answer, well, I'm not really surprised. Jane bought all the tickets, so it's not a big deal. So this is a kind of, we are not giving a ground, but it's still a relevant answer. And finally, maybe you believe in God, maybe not. If you believe in God, you probably expect an answer in terms of ground. But if you do not believe in God, you probably see the issue and existence of the concrete worlds as a purely random matter. This is clear. If you think in terms of probability, this is because you think this is a random matter. In this case, the probabilistic argument seems to be a fully adequate reaction to the why question, for in this case, you are no longer waiting for an answer in terms of ground. So there is no ground. If you think in terms of God, of course, you probably think there is a God, he necessarily exists, and he necessarily creates the best among all possible worlds and so on. In this case, you could wait for a ground, but it's out of place to wait for a ground if you do not believe in God. So we are dealing with probability in this case. And even if you believe in God, like Leibniz, and you believe that she created the best among all possible worlds, you may wonder about the existence of this world with concrete things. In this case, the fundamental question amounts to the question why they or a world containing concrete objects would be better than a world or a world which is empty. And even in this case, the probabilistic argument is adequate for, in this case, you can say the probability of the empty world being the best possible world under infinitely many alternatives is virtually 0. So my conclusion, the 3 points. First, if there are uncountable many empty worlds, there are also uncountable many variants of each one of the concrete worlds. And so the original distribution of probabilities proposed by the probabilistic argument remains intact. The second point, there is no convincing counterexample to the principle of equiprobability of possible worlds. All proposed counterexamples fail because they not satisfy the maximal state of an isolated system requirement. And finally, although the probabilistic argument does not give a ground in the strict metaphysical sense of grounding for the existence of something concrete, it is still adequate reaction and response to the fundamental question and for our feeling of awe. Here are the references, and that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Guido. So we have some questions. I didn't see the order, but I think Gonzalo would be has some right to be preferred as first respondent. So please, Gonzalo, go on.
Thank you. Hi, Guido. So thank you for the paper. I have a few things to say to each one of your objections, to my objections. So the first one, I think I have a copy of my paper here, and there is no part where I say that because there are uncountably, infinitely many empty words, the probability of an empty word existing is 0.5. I didn't claim that at all in that section. I mean, I do say I do have the 0.5 probability claim, but that's in section 4 when I am discussing the principle of indifference. And you actually didn't even mention that part of the discussion. So my point with the truth teller and the truth teller loops and so on wasn't to argue that the probability of some words was higher than 0. The point was simply to undermine a premise in Van Inwagen's argument. That's premise number 3. Premise number 3 says there is at most one empty possible word. And I provided examples, as did Mawson and the other person you cited, that there are more than one. And you seem to agree with that. So your objection was to the fact that it doesn't follow from there that the probability distribution is not the one Van Inwagen claims to be. But I wasn't claiming that it followed from there that the distribution is not the one Van Inwagen claims to be. I was under, an argument has premises and has a conclusion, and for you to undermine the argument is enough for you to show that one of the premises is false. Maybe the conclusion is right. I don't know. But if one of the premises is false, you've undermined the argument. So maybe what you were trying to do there, rather than undermining or objecting my objection, maybe what you were trying to do there was to reformulate Van Inwagen's argument so that even if my objection to his premise 3 goes through, even if I am right that there is more than one empty possible world, you can still have the conclusion that Van Inwagen originally intended.
Yeah, right. Perfect. This was my point. This is the reason I said at the beginning of the talk that I think the argument is in its main lines correct. I mean, we probably will have to reformulate it. Of course, when I say I agree with you, there are uncountable many empty words, I was just assuming that premise 3 is false. And I thought I could present the modified version of the end of the talk, but it's not relevant. I mean, it is just a kind to show there is a possibility to present a modified version of the argument, which is
that's right. But that's right. Yeah, but in your presentation, you did say that I claim that it follows from the fact that there are more than one. The fact that there are infinitely many possible empty words. It follows that the distribution probability is different. I never claimed that.
You're right. You said something like that at the end of the paper. I mean, page somewhere. You said as you said in section 4, you said probability 0.505, but not in that section.
I'm discussing something else. I'm saying that if what I was saying there was that he is assuming the principle of indifference, and he has to tell us what reality is indifferent about. Is reality indifferent about each one of the possible worlds, or is reality indifferent about kinds of possible worlds? Because if the latter, it might be that reality is indifferent about empty worlds versus non-empty worlds, in which case the probability will be 0.5 for empty worlds and 0.5 for non-empty worlds, right? And that's a completely different point. It's unrelated to premise 3. I am considering premise 4, and also I want to emphasize that I wasn't saying that the probability is 0.5 for empty worlds and 0.5 for non-empty worlds. I was saying if blah blah blah, if blah blah blah, if blah blah blah, then blah blah blah. It was very, very, very conditional statement. So anyway, let me say something about what you said about maximal states of isolated systems. So you're right that the 4 states I distinguish are not maximal states; they are collections of maximal states. You're right but I was aware of that, and actually, you know, I said I'm reading. I say, let us simplify for the sake of example and suppose that there are only 4 maximal states for the world to occupy at T star. And I go to mention that. So I was simplifying. Obviously, there are collections of states. By the way, Van Inwagen is also simplifying, right? When he gives his example of the computer coming out of the black hole, he says, suppose it delivers novels written in English, French, Urdu, and Esperanto. Those are not maximal states, because there is more than one possible novel written in French, say. It could be Madame Bovary, it could be The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and so many others. So he's also simplifying. Strictly speaking, you're right. These are simplifications that there are more than 4 possible maximal states. But the point I was trying to make, I think, still holds, right? Because the point I was trying to make is the one you did quote in your slide, which is that physical theories entail that given the laws of nature, at one point in time t, just before the coin lands, some landings are more probable than others. So even if you're right that I was describing collections of states rather than maximal states themselves, the point is still right. I mean, if you go just one fraction of a second before the landing, the laws of nature will entail maybe that landing heads was more probable than landing tails. And that's all I needed for my example. You know, that shows that there is some kind of loudness in reality. And then the last point, I guess, you know, there should be a lot to discuss about that. But I was a bit puzzled because you started saying, you know, Gonzalo says that even if the probability of an event is 1, citing probability 1 for that event doesn't tell us why that event happened. And you say, I agree, but still, citing probability 1 is a significant reaction. And you gave some reasons. But what I want to say is, it might be a significant reaction, but if the question is a question of the why form, why does X occur? Why does X happen? Which is the question we were considering, right? Why is it that there is something rather than nothing? The question has a why. And you agree with me that giving probability, citing a probability doesn't answer the question, right? So if you agree with me that giving citing probability 1 of event E doesn't explain why event E happened, then you should agree with me that citing probability 1 of event E doesn't answer the question, why does event E happen? And then what is there to disagree? I mean, I just don't see it. You know?
Yeah, right. I mean, to the last point, I mean, this is quite vague. I know. As I said, I agree with you. If you expect for a grounding to give the probability, even if it is 1, you are not giving a ground for something to be the case. But since you use the notion of adequate or relevant, significant reaction, I mean, to give the probability of something is a reaction in a sense which is not. The question is, when we ask a why question, do we always wait for a ground? Why are you participating in this conference? Why is you're using glasses? Why are you now here sitting? Why are you drinking water? There are lots of why questions, and we do not expect an answer in terms of grounding. So why is there something rather than nothing? Could be a question in terms of ground, but really, I mean, what could be a ground for the existence of the world? Maybe the existence of God. But when you start thinking in terms of probability, this is just because we excluded the God hypothesis and thinking about a random matter. And it's to give the probabilities, by the way, as I can say, the only way to answer this question.
But I mean, I'm not sure.
There is an intentional actor or intelligent being creating a world. We could still wait for a ground, but if you are trying to think that.
But the fact is that I cannot see the word ground in my paper. I use the word explanation and the word answer. So I say it doesn't give an answer to the question why there is something rather than nothing, because it doesn't explain it.
Well, I think you used the word ground in some way, but it's not really. I just saying it's not a ground. It's not it's not a grounding explanation. It's not a causal explanation, and it's never. As I said, I agree with you.
So what kind of explanation?
It's a reaction to the feeling we have whenever we ask this question. As I say, it's a kind of we feel the reverence. It's a kind of miracle, and that is a reaction to this feeling. And in this way, is significant. It's not an explanation, but I think so the third part is just a kind of agreement with you.
That's right. That's what I was saying. And if you agree with me that citing the probability doesn't explain why the event occurs, then I don't see there is much to disagree about. I mean, because
right.
you know,
just the point if it's significant or not. The point was it is significant even if it is not a causal or grounding answer.
Fair enough.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we have another question by Carolina. So please, Carolina, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is about the equiprobability assumption. So Van Inwagen, if I understood correctly, is the one who originally proposed this argument, right? And Van Inwagen believes in God. So I guess that the first part of the question is I was a bit confused about why he's not thinking about assumptions about God and reasons for which God might have wanted to create the world that would reject the equiprobability claim, right? So it might be that God has reasons for there not being an empty world. I would have thought that that's what most theists want to say. So God has reasons to create human beings. So that's a part of the question. And the other one was a similar question, but about the laws of nature that didn't appear in the talk as far as I could tell. So is this argument assuming certain things about the laws of nature? If you have, I guess, certain views about the laws of nature, something like the view that laws are necessary, couldn't there be constraints on what worlds are more probable, just arising out of the laws of nature themselves?
Thank you. Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you for your question. The first one about Inwagen, we have to say, of course, we know Inwagen believes in God. He proposed the argument not really because he thinks is an adequate reaction or a response in his sense. He's just trying to think about argument proposed by Nozick. It was originally sketched by Nozick. And he himself said, I'm not happy with this argument. I'm just thinking about it. It is too simple. It is probably something wrong with the argument. So he does not really believe in the argument. This is not the reason he believed the world exists or there are concrete things. This is just a kind of theoretical experiment, so to say. He's not really believing on and asserting the argument.
I see. I thought at the end, towards the end, you were suggesting that this argument holds regardless of whether you believe.
Yeah, I think in the sense
you're not saying that.
I would say even in the case you believe in God, you think in terms of Leibniz, for example, that there is a God and he creates the best among all possible worlds. This is still an interesting point to see that if there are uncountable many words, once someone could think, why is this word the best among possible words, not the empty one? Could be any word. They're good. I mean,
yeah, but that's just a mathematical reason, right? And clearly, if you have those assumptions, there are many other much more important reasons for thinking this is just not going to work.
For example, that being is better than non-being. The claim in the traditional metaphysics that being is better than non-being and something like that. But even in this case, I mean, if you think that God plays dice, or if you believe that God is trying to decide among all possible words which one is the best one, the probability that the best one would be exactly that one, which is the empty one, is virtually zero. This was only the point. And concerning the second question about the laws of nature, I mean, we can maybe know a posteriori things about the about restrictions concerning possible words. For example, we know there is no possible word in which water is not H2O or something like that. Or if you believe natural laws are necessary, maybe there cannot be words in which that and that is the case. But what is at stake here is the number of concrete entities. Is it 0 or 1? Maybe we could know a posteriori something like whenever particle A exists, there must be counterparticles B and C. So you never have one word with just one particle because you need at least 2 particles. Okay, right, could be the case. And maybe we know that a posteriori, but even in this case, I would say there are uncountable many possibilities, or this package of minimal quantity of particles could be any number. And so it would not make a big difference for the argument, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. We are just in time. So we thank Guido. And we now have the next talk, which is by José Tomás Alvarado, who works at the university, the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. And his paper is called On Refuting Aristotelianism, a reply to Imaguirre. So,
thank you very much, Ezequiel. Well, first of all, I should thank Sebastián and Carlo for organizing this colloquium. I'm very pleased that this is the 7th version of the colloquium that we start, I think, 15 years ago in Buenos Aires. At that time, Carlo Bossi was an undergrad, and now he's organizing the event. So I'm very pleased of the continuity of these meetings, and very happy to be at least virtually with all of you. I'm going to discuss about a reply that Guido Imaguirre has given to an argument that has been proposed by Damiano Costa and also by myself in some recent works. So the problems that has been proposed by Damiano Costa and myself are problems against the intelligibility and coherence of Aristotelian universals. That's what I call here Aristotelianism. So the plan I'm going to follow is, first of all, to introduce some terminology. Then I'm going to present you the problems of coherence that are very similar, both arguments, but has some differences. The problem of coherence that has been proposed by myself, and then the argument of Damiano Costa. Afterwards, I'm going to present you the response that was given by Guido, that has been kind enough to discuss my work and Damiano Costa's. And then I'm going to present some reasons by which I think that the moves, the modifications that has been proposed by Guido are, I think, not advisable for an Aristotelian. Okay. So first of all, I want to introduce some terminology and some basic concepts. I understand here by Aristotelianism, not everything that Aristotle has defended, of course, but just a position according to which universals are Aristotelian or immanent. So Aristotelians should satisfy the principle of instantiation. That is, it is a metaphysically necessary fact that for any universal U, there are objects that instantiate U. The problems that has been discussed in these works that I am referring to have to do with a way of understanding Aristotelianism in grounding theoretic terms. So the idea is that the reason that justifies so that universal should be instantiated in some object or other is that universals are grounded in their instantiations. So this is the main point, and the problems of coherence that I'm going to present you comes from this supposition that we can understand Aristotelianism as a thesis about grounding. So universals should be instantiated because universals have the grounds in their instantiations. And I will understand Platonism simply as the contradictory of Aristotelianism, that is, as the position according to which it is not necessary for universals to have at least one instantiation, so it is metaphysically possible to be universals without being instantiated in at least one object or objects, according to the, I don't know, the nature of the universal. So universals are not grounded in their instantiations. Okay, the idea then, we can put it in a slogan, is that from an Aristotelian point of view, you have a sort of upward grounding. So universals are grounded in instantiations, while the conception that is more amenable to Platonism is that the direction of grounding goes in the other way, from a downward grounding, let us say. Well, so first of all, I'm going to introduce you the problem of coherence that I have presented, and I rely on some basic assumptions about grounding and ontological dependence. I suppose that grounding is a primitive relation between facts. When I talk about grounding, unless I'm say something specific, in contrary, I understand full strict grounding. I also assume that grounding is a strict order between facts, that is, it is reflexive, asymmetric, and transitive. And it cannot be defined or analyzed in modal terms. It is an hyperintentional notion that nonetheless implies metaphysical necessitation. So, well, there's also some notation here. I will express the fact that P with square brackets, that P grounds Q is expressed by in this way. And I assume that the fact that P grounds the fact that Q entails that it is necessary that if P, then Q. So grounding implies necessitation. I will also suppose that we have another relation that we can call these relations as relations of, I don't know, ontological priority, if you like, or I don't know, ultimacy or whatever, that is ontological dependence. I mean by this rigid ontological dependence. I also take this as a relation that is primitive, hyperintentional. It's a relation between facts. Of course, you know, there has been some differences in the treatments about dependence in the literature. So, but to make the comparison with grounding, I'm relying on this assumption of treating dependence as a relation between facts. And I'm going to express dependence in this way, with this sort of inclusion connective. And I also assume that dependence implies necessitation, but the necessitation that is implied by dependence goes in the other way than the necessitation that is implied by grounding. So if Q depends on P, that is, it is part of the essence of nature of Q that P should exist, then it is necessary that if Q, then P. So please note the difference between the direction of necessitation that is implied by grounding that is inverse to the direction of necessitation that comes when, that appears when we have ontological dependence. So now for the problem. Sorry, well, it's another also terminology. So, we have two different concepts of ontological priority. So we have also two different notions of fundamentality. We have things that are fundamental because they are ungrounded, but we also can have things that are fundamental because they are independent, okay? And we also have interactions between grounding and dependence. So, for example, it has been proposed by Elizabeth Barnes that emergence can be understood as cases in which we have an ontological level that is not grounded in an ontological base of emergence, but is dependent on that ontological base. So emergence can be understood as ungrounded dependence, something like that. Okay. In the same way, we can understand other notion that is very common, for example, especially in philosophy of mind, of realization. So we can understand realization as cases in which we have an ontological level that is grounded in some ontological base, but is not dependent on that ontological base. So there's the possibility open that the same facts that are grounded in the base be grounded in different ontological bases. So, there's the idea of multiple realization, and a concept of realization understood in these terms can be treated in this way. We have also cases in which we have grounding and dependence. So, for example, assuming the axioms of set theory, a set is grounded in, but also dependent on its elements. And assuming extensional standard mereology, we also have that the mereological fusion, for example, is grounded in, but also dependent on its parts, okay? Well, the problem I'm going to introduce then is a problem that comes also from an interaction of grounding and dependence, but a case in which these relations are going in opposite directions. So this is the idea, okay? So the basic assumption of an Aristotelian is that universals are grounded in their instantiations. So if there is a universal, the existence of that universal should be grounded in the fact that that universal is instantiated by a particular object. But at the same time, the fact that the particular, say the particular A instantiates the universal U should be dependent on the universal that is instantiated. Of course, also in the particular, but should be at least dependent on the universal that that is instantiated. Okay, so in this case, we don't have a cycle of grounding. So we don't have two relations of grounding in opposite directions. Neither do we have a case of a cycle of dependence. So we have two different relations of dependence in opposite directions, so sort of symmetric dependence. But I think this is also nonetheless a case in which we have a theoretical problem. We have a cycle that is ontologically objectionable. So the idea is the following. There is an ontological base that is the ground of some ontological derivative level. So insofar as it is its ground, it is a base that is constitutively sufficient to warrant the existence of the derivative level. That is, in a sense, as it has been said by several philosophers, the derivative level, the grounded level, is nothing more than its ontological base of grounding, but at the same time, the ontological base cannot exist is without a supplementation, cannot exist without being complemented or supplemented by something else to exist. And that complement is precisely that ontological derivative level that this base is grounding. So this situation, at least for me, is an incoherent situation. Okay, well, but I leave at this point this problem of that you see comes from the interaction of grounding with ontological dependence. I could like to explain you now the argument of Damiano Costa that you will see is quite similar to mine. Both were developed independently, but there's some difference that should be noted. So Damiano Costa introduced 5 premises in his argument. First, Aristotelianism, that is, well, what we have been discussing, the idea that universals are grounded in their instantiations. So if there's a universals, then should be at least one object that instantiates that universal, that grounds the existence of the universal. He also assumes this premise that he calls instances first, that is, the fact that there's some x that blah, 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 should be instantiated in the fact that a particular object is having that property or attribute or whatever. In the case of instantiation, if there's some x that instantiates the universal u, then there should be a particular object, say A, that instantiates the universal u. He assumes that grounding is transitive, and also he assumes irreflexivity of grounding. So from irreflexivity and transitivity, it also follows asymmetry. So Damiano Costa is assuming that grounding is a strict order. Okay, please note this premise that he calls velata first. That this is what is different from his formulation and mine. He assumes that relations are grounded in their velata. Okay, so the fact that A is related by R, relation R with V, is grounded in the existence of the velata A and B. Okay, so here's the argument. So suppose there's something, an object that is blue. Okay, so the idea is that the object, there's an object that instantiates the universal of blueness. The fact that there is an object that instantiates the universal of blueness grounds that the universal of blueness exists by the principle of instances first. The fact that there is some x that instantiates blueness should be grounded in the fact that a particular object A instantiates blueness. Okay, and then please note this movement here. The fact that object A instantiates blueness should be grounded by the principle of velata first in the existence of the universal blueness. Also, of course, the particular object that instantiates blueness. And then by transitivity, it follows that blueness exists grounds the fact that blueness exists. That is in contradiction with irreflexivity. Okay, so probably you are wondering about this premise of velata first. Okay. If we assume that grounding is connected with the necessitation, that the grounds necessitate the grounded, then it seems that Damiano Costa is saying that all relations are internal or something like that. But he clarifies that when we think about the principle of Velata, first, he's not assuming at all that the grounds necessitate the grounded. So he quotes here a paper of Alexander Skiles that is very well known, and also another paper of Stephen Leuenberg that appeared at that time. It was a manuscript that it has appeared last year, I think. So he's assuming that relations of grounding doesn't necessitate the grounded. So there are cases, at least there are cases in which the grounds doesn't necessitate the grounded. And also there are cases in which, or maybe cases in which we have partial grounds without a full ground that need to be supplemented for the grounded. Okay, so the idea is that when he proposes this premise of Velata, first, he's taking grounding in a way that is different from the way in which I have been taking grounding as a relation that necessitates the grounded. So it's similar to the idea, the classical idea that relations depend on their Velata. Okay. Well, so let's go now to the treatment, the way that has been proposed by Guido to block these problems. That I should clarify is not the only way, of course, of treating to block these problems. There are other ways that can be proposed to treat them. For example, assuming some sort of metaphysical coherentism in which we don't have any problem with symmetric dependencies and relations in which different items are mutually grounding, are mutually dependent, or something like that. So of course there's a possibility in that terms that, well, it follow the lines that had been proposed, for example, by the defenders of ontic structural realism in philosophy of physics. Okay, but well, the way in which Guido tries to block these problems of coherence is, in particular, rejecting against my argument, rejecting that facts of instantiation are dependent on the universals instantiated, and against Damiano Costa, Guido rejects the premise, not in general, but at least for the case of instantiation, that relations of instantiation are grounded in its Velata. Okay, so if you consider again these arguments, this premise, and in the problem I have proposed is the dependence of facts of instantiation on universals. And why? Well, the idea of Guido, and please, Guido, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding you incorrectly. So the idea is the following: that well, of course, not every relation depends on its Velata or is grounded in its Velata. The idea is that when we consider the relation of instantiation, at least for the Aristotelian, it should be understood as something that Guido calls a creation relation. So here's the image. So suppose that, I don't know, Phidias is making a sculpture of Athena, okay? So the idea is that there's a sort of relation between Phidias, the sculptor, and the sculpture, okay? What he's making. But it could be absurd to think that the relation between Phidias and the statue of Athena, the relation by which we say that Phidias created the statue, is a relation that somehow presupposes the previous existence of a vena, okay? Because in that case, then there will be no creation of the statue, okay? So in some cases, at least, we should assume that there are relations in which, that he calls creation relations, in which one velata, the fact that one velata comes to have the relation is the ground of the other velata, okay? I quote here from, by the way, the paper of Guido is forthcoming, so I as far as I know, it hasn't appeared yet, but so I'm quoting from his manuscript, okay? He says these creation relations are relations such that holding them, the relational facts themselves, grounds the existence of one velatum, okay? Probably you may recall the idea of superinternal relations that has been introduced by Karen Bennett. Well, the idea is that a creation relation is not a superinternal relation, okay? Well, I also quote this text from Guido. A creation relation is not a superinternal relation when R in A, RB is superinternal. B and R are both grounded in A, that is, one of the velata is the ground of the relation and the other velata. But I continue quoting, when R in IRB is a creation relation, B is grounded in its being in the R relation to A. Okay, so the idea is that that in principle it is contingent for the object A to be in the relation R, but once A is in the relation R, then that fact by itself grounds the other velata. Okay, so well, there's another quote of Guido that also explains the same idea. Are these creation relations causal relations? Guido argues that they are not, that creation relations should not be confused with causal relations. I personally am not so sure, but I don't want to discuss this issue here because I think it's a very delicate issue, the question about what are the connections between grounding and dependence and causation. If they are the same relations, different relations, I think those issues are very delicate. I'm not very clear. And by the way, I think that even if they were relations, of course, even if were a causal relation, what Guido calls creation relation, were causal relations, I think it doesn't matter very much for the argument. So the way in which Guido blocks the problem of coherence could run anyway, if it were causal relations. So this is then the idea that has been proposed by Guido to block this problem of coherence. And I insist, it is not the only way in which we can block these problems. We can block them by some sort of structuralist ontology. And also we can block if we assume, the idea that instantiations are partial identities or aspects of universals as it was proposed by Donald Baxter. But I will focus in this way in which Guido has tried to solve the problem of coherence and made Aristotelianism about universals an intelligible position. So I think it could be convenient to make a comparison of the grounding profiles that result from the different ways of understanding the relations between universals and instantiations and the different conceptions So I represent here state of affairs or facts as in blue squares. I represent relations of grounding by red arrows and dependence by blue arrows. Well, it's just one, but and always the arrows go from the more fundamental to the less fundamental, okay? So you can see that in the case of Costa and myself, we have the direction of ontological priority that goes from the universal to the fact that the particular is F, if whatever, it's the cube or is green or is blue, has a certain character, okay? So the fact that the particular has a certain character is grounded in the fact that the particular is instantiating a universal. I put here UF to indicate that that universal is a universal that is determining that the particular has the character of being an F, okay? And the fact that the particular instance is universal is something that is ontologically derivative from the universal. Of course, you have here the difference. Costa thinks that that relation is a relation of grounding, that universals ground in this, well, non-necessitarian way of understanding grounding, but ground instantiations. I myself instead thinks that the relation in question is a relation of dependence. So the fact of instantiation depends on the universal, but nonetheless, you have there a certain view about what is the grounding or priority profile of universals in relation to the characters that they are determining, okay? Please note also this proposal that has been made by Scott Dixon in a paper in 2018, where he says that, well, we don't have, of course, the time to discuss his views, but that the fact that the particular instantiates a property should be grounded in the fact that the particular is so and so, has a certain character. So if you see, he puts the direction of grounding upside down, okay, from what is proposed by Costa and myself. Well, I think he's not Aristotelian, but anyway, if you suppose Aristotelianism and the idea that universals are grounded in the instantiations, you have the universal is grounded in the fact that the particular instantiates the universal U, okay? And what happens with what Guido is proposing for the Aristotelian? By the way, you know, Guido is not Aristotelian, not at all. but suppose this is the proposal that an coherent Aristotelian should be happy to accept. Okay, so this is the image I think that Guido is proposing for the Aristotelian. That we have the character of objects, an object A is F. This is grounded in the fact that the particular instance is a universal, but here we are severing the dependence or grounding of the fact of instantiation from the universal, and instead we have purely the Aristotelian contention that universals are grounded in instantiations. Okay, so I think I have not much time, but I have two questions for the Aristotelian. Okay, well, Guido is an Aristotelian, but anyway. First of all, you can see that under this grounding profile that has been proposed by Guido, universals, and I will present the image again, universals are explanatorily idle. They are not playing any theoretical function for the determination of the character of objects. They are something that results from, well, whatever, facts of instantiation, but they are not explanatorically relevant for the determination of the character of objects. And I think that in that case, you say, if universals some sort of, let us say, metaphysical epiphenomena, why should we postulate universals in the first place? If they are not making any work for the explanation, the metaphysical explanation, either by grounding or dependence or whatever, then what reason should we have to introduce universals in our ontology? So the traditional idea is that universals are introduced because they have to explain the one over many, that is, why different objects can have the same nature or character. And also universals are introduced to explain the many over one, that is, why the same object can have different properties, right? And also different from the particular. But if we assume, if we dissociate facts of instantiation from the universals, that is, facts of instantiation are not determined in any way by the universal, but the relation goes in the other way around, then I think we finally are losing the reasons that made advisable the introduction of universals from the beginning. Okay, so the idea is that an Aristotelian that is accepting this way of understanding the grounding profile of universals should not believe in universals. Okay, and another question I have for this proposal is that if you think a fact of instantiation, the fact that the particular is instantiating a property, a universal, comes to be the ground of the character of an object, because the relation in question is connecting the particular to something else. Of course, if you don't like universals, you will think, I don't want any connection. Okay, but if you think that they're universals, the idea is that you have to introduce this fact of instantiation, and there's an old problem about the Bradley's regress, etc., because you have to connect the particular to the universal. But what happens here? That connection requires that the universal that is being connected should be in some way determining the character of objects. And if you cut that relation, what is the function that instantiation is playing in our ontology? If it is not connecting to something that in some sense is prior, why introduce instantiation? Okay, so I think that if we suppose that facts of instantiation do not depend or are not grounded in universals, that universals have no form of ontological priority over instantiations, I think it is much more reasonable to suppose, if that is the option, that a position like that has been proposed by Dixon, that is, sorry, no, I do something wrong here. That is that character of objects are simply primitive. Character of objects are simply fundamental. It is just a fundamental fact that an object is, say, green or blue or a cube. And if they are facts of instantiation or whatever, that are ontologically derivative. And in that case, really, I think we don't need really any universal for anything, okay? So, well, I'm on time now. I think we still have here a dilemma, okay? That either one is taking universals seriously, and that means universals that are doing really metaphysical explanatory work. And in that case, we should think that universals are Platonic. Of course, you can take this as a modus tollens, right? But on the other hand, if you don't require anything to ground the character of objects, not universal, and by the way, neither resemblant classes and natural class or whatever. If character of objects are simply the ontological base, primitive and fundamental, then I think what is more advisable is simply ostrich nominalism, or well, as Guido has called it, priority nominalism. And by the way, is a defender of priority nominalism. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks. Jose Tomas. And then, well, lots of questions. So we begin by Guido. He raised his hand later, but I think
your plan, Guido, was to the final horn. You say either universals or priority nominalism.
So,
please, Guido.
thank you. Thank you for thinking about my ideas and proposals. That's honor for me.
No, so, thank you to you.
I'm not convinced. I really think if I get your point, you're saying that if you assume what I propose, I'm not defender of universals, you know, but I just think Aristotelian universals are coherent. And the idea is, are they superfluous if you think that they are grounded? I cannot see this point, because this is exactly the case of many creation relations. In fact, this is the idea of creating relations. Take just Conan Doyle wrote the books on Sherlock Holmes. Is he a writer? Well, to say that he is a writer, you have to assume that he did really wrote a book about Sherlock Holmes. So is Peter a father? He's a father of a kid. So in order to be a father, he has to be in this relation. I mean, if you say, why is this red? This is red because it instantiates redness. We do not have to assume that redness exists first at all. If you have a son, do not have to assume that if my son have to exist first at all, and then I can be a father. I just become a father because I have a son, so to say. So the entity which emerged in this relation is necessary. You cannot explain that Conan Doyle is a writer without assuming that there is a book. And God is only a creator because there is a word. Before God created the word, he was not a creator, so to say. So I mean, the fact that something comes a posteriori, so to say, is not a reason for assuming that it is a superfluous in a way. We need it, as I mean, Aristotelian would need universal to explain the fact that something is in some way.
Many thanks, Guido. I think you're absolutely right that the fact that something is grounded is not a reason to say that it is explanatory evil, and then we don't have any reason to postulate. But I think in this case we do have that reason, because you mean if you have some grounded item that I can perceive it, for example, then obviously I have to accept the existence of that entity. But in the case of universals, we are in the different positions. Universals are, let us say, theoretical entities for which the only reasons we have to postulate them is not because we encounter them crossing the street. It is because they are doing some theoretical work in our ontology. Maybe you don't like the theoretical work, but so the idea is that if you are supposing that universals are just something grounded in instantiations that play no role, theoretical role of ontological determination over the character of objects, and that's what happened here, then we don't require universals. So the idea is that you really are not helping Aristotelians. You are burying them. You are killing them, okay? So, well, that's my position. But thanks you very much again, Guido, for the attention you have given to my work.
So great. So Jessica.
Hi, thanks. Yes, really interesting paper. I had two questions. I won't have time for both, so I'll just ask one. So the remarks you made at the end of your paper struck me as very anti-Armstrong, which surprised me because Armstrong is supposed to be an Aristotelian about universals. So what I was thinking was, as I understand Armstrong, what the basic things are states of affairs, and we draw a formal distinction between universals and particulars. And the fact that it's a merely formal distinction means we can avoid, everyone else has this terrible problem of Bradley's regress, thinking that instantiation is some kind of special relation, not him. So, I mean, he thinks that that's a good thing. So, of course, the existence of universals as some kind of prior existence is not going to explain particulars having various different qualities. So then my first thought is, well, Armstrong thinks that this distinction is doing some work. So what work is it doing? And the two examples that come to mind would be similarity. So it's not enough to say that A is F and B is F. We want also to be able to say that there's something that A and B have in common. And so if it's true for me to say there's something that A and B have in common, namely F, then I need to be able to talk about universals separately, and also laws of nature. So I want to explain laws of nature in terms of relations between universals. So partly I was just a bit surprised. So is your project consciously anti-Armstrong? In which case you have reasons against all of those, arguments against all of those reasons for universals.
No, I'm Platonic. I'm Platonic, Jessica. I'm sorry.
But then you think, but the point being that you're...
No, but this is the issue. In fact, Armstrong says that state of affairs are fundamental. But fundamental in what sense? Because they are ungrounded in my sense, they're not necessitated either by particulars or by universals. And that's, well, the fact that the particular is part of the state of affairs is a primitive fact. But at the same time, I think, but it doesn't appear in, I think, expressly in Armstrong's works, that universals are playing a theoretical role for explaining one over many and many over one. And also you have, also indicated some other functions for resemblance and natural laws and etc. So the idea is that the kind of fundamentality for a state of affairs that is granted by Armstrong is something that it should be compatible with an, let's say, inverse determination relation from universals to a state of affairs. And that inverse relation is what Guido is cutting. Well, I don't know if I'm answering, because there's another issue about the different theoretical functions of universals. For example, Dixon, he says that although universals under his conception of upward grounding are no longer necessary for the determination of the character of objects, they are nonetheless necessary for, I don't know, being the reference of some general terms and second-order quantifications and resemblance. I don't think so, but I don't have the time here to argue. I think once you cut that link, you lose everything.
Okay, let's move on to another question. Anthony.
So yeah, just had my question more or less exactly. So I'll try to just add quickly to that based on your response, Jose Tomas. So it seems like, just talk about Armstrong, we have the states of affairs, which are structures, and there's a sense where they do ontologically depend on what instantiates what. But then he also thinks, like, when it comes to a structure like a state of affairs, that just is identical with the instantiation relation holding between like A and F. So there's like an identity claim that like is rock bottom for him. So in some sense, it's like it's not the right question to like start talking in terms of grounding and dependence. So the problems we're getting into seem to be like when we introduce these new notions of grounding and dependence that Armstrong, at least with talking about his view, he's not using those notions, and we bring those in, and then we seem to get into a bit of a muddle when really there's just like an identity claim at the bottom of his theory.
Yeah, I think you are right, especially considering his last works about partial identity, I think. But I didn't want to discuss these views on partial identity and also you see the views of Donald Baxter, in which he understands instantiations aspects both of universals and particulars. I don't like at all kind of treatments, but all that ideas, I think, require special treatment, and I don't have the time here. So
yeah, I mean, like, one thing though is if we pursued that route, we could begin to resist the relata first premise and say something like, well, we just have the relational whole as given, and we can deny relata first. So that's one way to address it.
We can say that, I don't know, the universal is just the totality of instantiations, and particular is the totality of properties possessed, of something like that.
Yeah. Okay, Gonzalo.
Hi. Yes, so I wanted to go back to your problem of coherence, Jose Tomas. So the idea is that universals are grounded in their instances, but their instances depend on universals. Is that right?
Yeah.
So my question is, so when you characterized Aristotelianism at the beginning, you did it in terms of the principle of instantiation, and also you characterized Platonism exactly on that basis too. You know, Aristotelianists accept the principle, Platonists deny it. And so you had something like, okay, so we have the principle of instantiation, and then you have something like then the grounding claim. And how is one thing supposed, assuming that one thing is supposed to follow, because that's the way I read the then, maybe it has a different meaning. How is the grounding claim supposed to follow from the instantiation principle?
Well, it's an intuition, you know, but the idea is the following. So you have a modal covariation, you know, so universals and the fact that universals are instantiated in something modally correlated. So for the Aristotelian, in every possible world in which a universal exists, it also has at least one instantiation. Okay, so the idea is that, is this correlation just happy lucky situation, something that just happened, or is it a result of other different, more fundamental and different modal principles that established modal facts in different possible worlds? Well, a very simple and natural, and I think explanation of this fact is that this happens because universals are grounded in their instantiations. Of course, I think it's an open question And by the way, if we are just beginning, I think, to start thinking on universals in these terms, that an Aristotelian comes with another explanation, say, no, the reason by which universals satisfy the principle of instantiation comes from another source, has nothing to do with the grounding of universals on instantiations. Okay, I open to that, but I want to hear it. Okay.
Yeah, it could be, but no, but that would be a way of avoiding your coherence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So
if you have another reason for the validity of the principle of instantiation different from grounding, yeah.
Well, could you not?
Aristotelian is safe in that case.
Could you not have a grounding explanation that it goes in the other direction? So universals ground the instances. That explains the validity of the principle of instantiation. So it's very similar to your picture, but seems to avoid the coherence problem.
Yeah, I think you are right. And it's a clear downward grounding statement. But of course, if you suppose that grounding implies necessitation, then you have a situation in which universals are, I don't know, by itself, they require, it's part of their essence that they need to be manifested in instantiations, something like that. It's it could be a non-standard Aristotelianism, I think, but maybe.
Okay, let's move on. Carlo?
Yeah, thank you, Jose Tomas, for your talk. So my question was about maybe a way in which a Aristotelian could object to the premises upon which Costa's argument is built, and particularly about the suitability of using the notion of grounding here. I guess like in general terms, the concern would be whether like grounding, it's really an appropriate like dependence relation to understand what's going on here between, let's say, material substances and universals that are instantiated by them. What maybe an Aristotelian could say is that, yeah, that's not really a good idea, and that what we got here are different dependence relations that are characterized by Costa's argument only in terms of the grounding notion. So you'd have a sort of dependence that runs from universals to instances or material substances, and then another dependence relation that runs the other way around. So you might say that this is just a piece of ad hocery or an argument I'm just coming up.
No. I think
I don't think so. Take this other kind of a case of study, right, from Aristotelian metaphysics. Aristotelians typically want to say that you got dependence relations running from parts to wholes, but also from wholes to parts, right? So they usually say parts depend on wholes because wholes give them their identity conditions. What it is to be, let's say, a kidney, it has to do principally with being, let's say, a part of a certain living organism and fulfilling a certain kind of role or function. But likewise, Aristotelians also want to say that a whole, like a living organism, needs to have parts of a certain kind. Maybe not this particular set of parts, but it is somehow dependent on them. So if you grant that and you build up this, let's say, set of Aristotelian premises that were like there should be like kosher for Aristotelians, then I don't think you'll run into the contradiction that like Costa is trying to derive from the argument, because the problem there is that you got like basically, I think that it is the use of a single notion of dependent, namely grounding, that gives you the contradiction. But once you kind of precessify this notion of grounding into more fine-grained dependence relation, yeah, you're going to have dependence claims running one way and the opposite one. But I don't think that that's so complicated by Aristotelian. Actually, I think they should embrace it to kind of articulate their view in a more precise way.
I think you are right, Carlo, that if we have, let's say, different kinds of relations of dependence, some, I don't know, generic dependence in one sense, and we don't have grounding, well, maybe the problem is solved. But I think also that that is work that the Aristotelian has to do, and they haven't yet.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
So if you want to defend Aristotelian, come on, defend Aristotelian. Come on with your theory. I'm waiting for
it's okay. Well, I'm glad that you kind of see it that way. But I don't know. That was just a thought. But maybe coming from other kind of type of arguments that you do find in the debate, precisely defended by Aristotelians, but in kind of a more of a composition meteorology context. Anyways, I'll shut up now.
By the way, well, no, we continue.
No, so we're in time actually. I know, Marta, if you want to ask your question very quickly, or we
Yeah, in
just
fact,
have
more or less was the same question as Carlo, and this uneasy of this use of grounding that is primitive, that you say that is intuitive, that apply to this case. It's really hard to say why it's primitive. If you don't, I mean, everybody understands grounding in a different way, and you have claims that are contradictory, but all of them say that it's intuitive, that grounding goes that way. So it was a general worry about this use of grounding, saying that it's intuitive and primitive.
No, what is primitive, Sophie, is the idea that grounding is not defined in terms of I don't know, squares and diamonds of model logic and model covariations, and that's then the primitive point. But the idea is that if you suppose that universals are grounded in their instantiations, of course you can.
But you said, and you said that this way to understand the instantiation principle in terms of grounding was just because it's intuitive.
No, I think it's a very plausible interpretation of what Aristotelians have been defended by centuries. And they are wrong now.
I mean, and they have defended the principle of instantiation, but not understood in terms of grounding.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
but
he has to say why he rejects grounding in that case.
And this is the question of Carlo.
Perhaps because
there are different dependence relations. Yeah, but that's very general. Sure.
Okay, I think we should now be finishing this session. Many thanks to all, and to Thomas in particular. And so we meet a 12:15 Chilean time. So it's in 12 minutes from now. Bye.
Hello, Carlo.
There we are.
How's it going, mate?
Good. Yeah.
We should try to organize like another chat on Zoom, just the two of us in a week or something.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine for me. I think we got a reasonable area of possibilities considering our time zones. So you could just even let me know when it's best for you, and I'm pretty sure I could accommodate to that.
Yeah. We can hash it out by email. But later next week should work, either like a Thursday or a Friday.
Yeah, that sounds perfect to me.
And I am 3 hours behind, so
maybe like it could be, let's say, for me it works anytime after your 9 a.m. I'll be, I guess, or even 8. So 8 a.m. for me will be 11 a.m. So that's pretty good.
I think I'm behind. It's 9 a.m. here, so you're ahead. So 9 a.m.
Oh, sure, but just for not like making you arrange a time too early. But let's say if for you it's all right to meet up after 8 or 9. Yeah.
Yeah, my time. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of works for me in general. I'm not lecturing that much this semester, so
okay. Well, unexpectedly, it might even work out to be easier to meet earlier because
excellent. Yeah.
I can get up before everyone else.
Right.
It just makes that easier. So it could be earlier your time in the morning. 9 a.m. your time. It's probably best.
Excellent. No, that sounds terrific. I was wondering though, are you guys already in the process of still contacting people, like gathering?
We're mostly done now. It's been a long process because there's a lot of chapters, but we're mostly done. But what I can do, what we can talk about when we meet is I can just say more about the contents and the different chapters, and I think that will give us and you more of a sense of like
that would be
what
really useful.
Your piece would like, how it would fit in relation to the entire volume, but then also in the part that your paper would go. So yeah, we can talk about it at a later date when we meet. So but that's great. That's good news that you're
fantastic. Yeah.
So,
no, it sounds like a terrific project, really.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited about it. But I'm going to have a duck out for a second while we have a bit more time before the next.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I'm gonna probably. Oh, we got a break now. Sure, I was. I thought there was a lunch break.
No. We got like 8 minutes, so I'll just duck out. Okay.
Yeah. See you in a bit, Anthony. Okay, we're back.
We're back. Our speaker is not. So.
Sebastian, are you chairing this session, or
yes,
should I chair it?
I don't mind if you chair. I could go on during the afternoon, or I can do it also.
No, oh, maybe you could take this one, and
yeah.
I'll take 1 or 2 sessions in the afternoon.
Don't worry. So there it is, skill.
Yeah.
Would you like to try whether you can share your slides?
Yeah, I will. So I have the slides in PDF. So can you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Okay, we are on time. So our next speaker is Ezequiel Cerbudis from Universidad Nacional del Litoral, CONICET, and Universidad Nacional de Rosario. And he will be speaking against foundationalist solutions to the grounding problem.
Okay. Well, many thanks for especially to Carlo and Sebastian for organizing this workshop. Very happy to be here, and also very scared at the same time. So in the program, the title was a bit shorter. It was called "On the Grounding Problem" simply. But now it's a bit more specific. So I will be. Can you see the second slide? Do you? Yeah, great. So here I will actually be criticizing two specific proposals that have been given to solve this grounding problem. What characterizes these proposals is that so they advertise themselves as being of a foundationalist kind. I will explain this in a moment. But I think they actually are of a different kind. So in the end, the main interest for me of analyzing these two solutions is a bit like trying to chart in better the logical space of the different positions that one could take in relation to the grounding problem, and actually to try to establish that the possibilities for a foundationalist proposal is much shorter, much narrower than some people may think. So that's my main interest in discussing these positions. So before going on, then I should very briefly explain what the grounding problem is, and then also very briefly present the basic taxonomy of the proposals that have been given on this score. Well, the grounding problem. So usually people distinguish, or in particular, Karen Bennett in a very influential paper, 2004 paper, she distinguishes two versions of the grounding problem. This already has been discussed by Marta earlier in the workshop. But it's usually assumed to have at least two different forms. One, the more general one, which is that of trying to explain the modal properties of things on the basis of their non-modal properties. And then there's a particular application of this general problem to the case of the dialectic between monists and pluralists as regards the existence of coincident objects. So to repeat the boring example, as I say here, so you can have, for instance, a statue and a lamp of clay from which it's made. So the problem, so the grounding problem, what it challenges to whoever wants to say that you have two objects there, at least, so a lamp and a piece of clay, is to explain how is it possible for given that the objects have the same parts, have the same microphysical properties, to explain how they could end up having two different set of Sortalish properties. And I use this this term sortalish properties is a term that has been coined by Karen Bennett in this paper also, where sortalish properties are sorted properties are all other properties that are derivable from sorted properties. So you have the sorted properties, but then also you have the properties concerning, for instance, persistence conditions and so on. So I say here that the two forms are not unconnected, but I will mainly focus on the latter form. So the problem for the how it relates to the coincidence case. So again, in this paper by Karen Bennett, she distinguishes three main broad classes of answers to this grounding problem. So she mainly distinguishes three kinds. So one are foundationalist strategies, those that try to ground the modal properties and sortalish properties in general of objects in their more basic properties. Conceptualist strategies which try to ground this the sortalish properties on the way we react, or agents in general, people in general react to some what is given in a certain region of space-time. And then primitivist strategies, that the idea is that at least some subset of these sortalish properties should be taken as primitive. So there's no explanation of them. So as I said, that what is common to the solutions I will be considering is that I think they present themselves as trying to pursue some sort of foundational strategy, but then if you examine them closely, they, in my view, so if we take strictly this distinction that Karen Bennett makes, then they reveal themselves as being actually sort of foundationalist strategy, and of primitivist strategy, so that in the end, one of the upshots of my discussion will be that the range of movements you may have if you want to be foundationalist are really narrow, and I think there are no tenable positions in this camp. So let's consider the views I will be discussing. One is by Noel Sanz. He presents his view as a grounding solution to the problem. He discusses, as all others, the particular case in the lamp. These are like more specific than the usual case. It's cases in which they have the same parts, but they are grounded in different facts involving those parts. So if you have here are the examples, the idea is that Pira is the statue, Lampi is the lamp. And the idea is that in the left, you have both things because the grounds of both Pira and Lampi are instantiated there, while in the case of to the right, only the grounds of Lampi are instantiated there. So in the case of Lampi, so the Lampi is grounded in two facts: the fact that A is in contact with B, and in the fact that B is in contact with B. So this ground is you takes place in both cases. In both cases, you therefore have a Lampi. But the grounds of Pira, the statue, are more strict. So for Pira to exist, A has to be in contact with B, and B in contact with C, but contact with K, which is a more specific relation, which holds whenever one of the things is in contact. Which holds when one of the trapecia here is its wider base is in contact in the normal sense with the narrower base of the other one. I hope this has been understood. Okay. So the main idea here is that, well, you can have an explanation of why the sortalish properties of the statue and the lamp are different. And this is because, well, their grounds are different, and those and given this principle that he presents, which is link, that the if the x ground the ground y, then facts about the x ground facts about y. So the idea is that the grounds are different. Then you can have an explanation of why the Sortalish facts about the thing grounded made it different. So I think so. The answer is incomplete actually, but I won't do it on that here. So the other view is one by Steve Barker and Mark Jago, which is represented in a couple of papers, in which they defend a view they call essential bundle theory, according to which objects are bundles, but actually bundles of their essential properties. So they use this to solve some usual problems about what happens in bundles where so how you account for the for instance the persistence through change of accidental properties if you think that the bundle is sorry, if you think that the thing is a bundle, then you have the problem that when the bundle change a property, when the ordinary thing changes, what you would have then, if you had a non-essential bundle theory or a normal bundle theory, then you should change one bundle for another. Well, this is usual problem in bundle theory, and so they present this view, and they say so a thing is identical with the bundle of its essential properties, and given this, then you can explain the differences between, for instance, one of the preferred examples is a thread of woolly and the jumper made up of it, chumpy. So what explains that one is just a thread and the other is a jumper? Well, basically because they are constituted, they are identical really to different bundles, one of which includes being wearable and the other does not. So that explains why even though both Chumpy and Woolly are wearable, only Chumpy is essentially wearable, and that's why Chumpy is the only one which is a jumper and not a thread of wool. And this is how we get the explanation of the different kind properties of these objects. So the two proposals then make use of different conceptual tools, but I think behind these differences, there are some commonalities, and what I want to focus on in what follows is a couple of these commonalities that, in my view, explain why the views can explain the Sortalish properties of objects, but only if they take for granted some other ones, and that's why I don't take this view as a foundationalist one, but rather as a sort of primitivist one. Sorry. So perhaps I should read this. So the main thesis I will argue for here is that these views do not offer a foundationalist solution to the grounding problem, because to the extent that they manage to derive some of the Sortalish properties of objects from some of their other properties, these are not the sort of non-modal properties the coincident objects are supposed to share, but some modally loaded properties that are already assumed to distinguish them. We know where I have then derivation of the modal from the non-modal, or of what is distinctive to each object from what is common to them. So I think that, yeah, let's go directly to these two assumptions. I think that feature in both solutions that I think mark them as actually primitivist solutions to the grounding problem. So these features of the which is this commonalities that I think one can notice in this proposals. I'm ready. 30 minutes, so I've spoken 30 minutes. these commonalities are these two, which I call one essential conditions and the other modality loaded properties. So the first is that both approaches assume that there is a basic primitive distinction to be made between the essential and accidental properties of things, of the objects. They whose sortalish properties they want to grant. And the other is that in these bundles, or let's use so Barker and Yago's proposal, in those bundles you also have not only the expected non-modal properties, but many other properties that are in one way or another modally loaded. So we'll see that there are two kinds of these modally loaded properties. So I have to skip much here, I think. So in the case of, I probably will concentrate on Becker and Yago's proposal for simplicity. So that in their case, I think it should be obvious from the way I described their proposal that they assume a distinction between essential and accidental properties, and that it is only on that basis that they can derive the sortalish properties of the objects. I think that, yeah, it should be clear. In the case of science, his proposal is not that clear because he speaks of grounds and not of essential properties. But in any case, so there are some often noticed connections between ground and essence. And in this case, it's also clear that the way that science so the grounds for his proposing some grounds in particular to others have to do with which essential properties he can derive from them. So the idea is that, in one way or another, so the essential properties of the object should derive of what their grounds are. So so I won't stay more on this. So I want to move to the later part of the paper. But I think in these cases it should be more or less clear that the two proposals, in a sense, are assuming a distinction between essential and accidental properties, and it's only on that basis that they can make a distinction between the sortalish properties of the objects. And therefore, given that they derive some sortalish properties from other sortalish properties in the end, they are moving in a sort of circle, and they are not explaining the properties that distinguish the objects in terms of the properties that the objects share, which is the original problem, the grounding problem poses, because they already make a distinction among the essential and accidental properties of the basis from which they derive those sortalish properties. I hope that's clear. Sorry. So this is probably misplaced here, but I just, so let's keep all this discussion. I was trying to make clear that these views should not be considered as foundationalists, but as primitivists. And I haven't said why primitivist views are bad. I think that there are a couple of drawbacks of these positions, and some of these drawbacks the authors we are considering some also consider sometimes, because I think whether or not they accept that their views are actually primitivist, they notice that they have some of these drawbacks also. So they try to. So mainly there are three problems with being primitivists in this on this issue. The first is that the explanation seems to be unsatisfactory in the sense that it doesn't go deep enough. Because okay, you are primitivists about these facts. Then the idea is that the best version of a primitivist account is a plenistic one in which and this is something that Bennett also considers. The main alternative you have there is one in which you accept all sorts of modal profiles giving rise to objects. But then that is a huge commitment. And then the third problem is that, well, you have to posit some primitive modal facts in reality, and that seems also problematic in the sense that for me, I take it that modal facts understood as worldly facts are problematic or dubious. But I will skip all this section of what they say about these problems because I won't have time. And I actually more interested in presenting the last, the second commonality, which is because it's the one I concerning which I have more doubts. So I like to know what you think of it. So we said that. So the first problem here is that these views assume a distinction between essential and accidental properties. The second problem is that among the properties that are considered to be essential for some of these objects, there are properties that are themselves properties which have some sort of modal character. And this happens in two ways. The first is like also again more open and more clear. By being the first way is by being themselves or modal properties openly, and then the second one is having something, and this is what I was more difficult for me to try to figure out. So by being properties in some cases which exhibit what I like to call modal latitude. I don't know. I am not a native speaker of English, so I know whether this is understandable as it's said. But the idea is that these are properties that may be implemented or maybe realized in a variety of different possible ways. For instance, by being functional properties or being determinable properties. So the first case should be simpler. So in the case we saw of Barker and Yago, they discussed again a scarf, in this case that coincides with the length of yarn, and then the difference why something is a scarf and not the length of yarn is that the scarf has this property in its bundle which is being wearable. But it should be clear that so being wearable is already modal property. So if you need that to explain what distinguishes, so what makes something a scarf and another thing just a length of yarn, then you are not explaining the modal by the non-modal, because being wearable seems to be modal in itself. So there's some complications on here because how to distinguish being wearable for a scarf and being wearable for a jumper, but again, I won't have time. So the other thing that interests me is how to, so is this second way in which the property may be modally loaded in this, like, so to speak, unallowable way, which makes the proposal then not an adequate solution of the grounding problem because it's already presupposing what it's supposed to ground. And that, in this case, let's consider the example that science gives. You remember Pira and Lampi. So Pira is grounded in being in contact with C, and while Lampi is grounded in its parts being in contact with a C in that case, with K in one case and C in the other. So I'm again interested in the second problem here. So one problem you have if you need determinable properties is that you are committing yourself to there being determinable properties, and that's controversial. But anyway, even if you allow that, so the main problem I find with this sort of approach is that what you do is to shift the problem, as I say here. So from that of determining the modal boundaries of objects, which is your original problem, remember. So when you have to give a solution to the grounding problem, you have to, in a sense, explain what the modal boundaries of the object are, and that's connected with what may happen to it, with what sort of thing it is. You have to explain that in terms of the modal boundaries of properties. So sorry, so when you do that, what you do is to determine the modal boundaries of objects. But to the extent that in the solution you make use of these properties that have that may have different extensions or have some modal flexibility, in the sense that there are different ways in which you can implement those properties. What you are doing is relying on a previous distinction of the boundaries of these properties, and use that to explain the difference between the objects. And I think that may be, in a sense, also objectionable, in the sense that you are assuming that some ways of carving the modal space, so to speak, as regards to properties. If you are assuming that, and if you don't think, if it's not clear how that should derive from how things in fact are, then you may again be violating the restriction of being for being a foundationalist, which is that whatever you use to determine the kinds to which things belong has to be grounded in how things are. So I wanted with this to make to present what I have in many slides here. Let me find one which I could. So let's have this paragraph here. So the idea is that the views under discussion attempt to ground the kind properties on the essential or accidental possession of some other properties, including crucially determinable and functional ones. So I'm not sure that one has really solved the grounding problem for kind properties if one grounds them on some of these determinable properties possessed by the objects essentially, because the further question of what counts as acceptable instantiations of some properties is still to be grounded. So you still have the definitional problem of how the extension of the terms of these terms and the corresponding properties have to be fixed. And then consider this case. So remember that science used only these two properties. Use this only property of being in contact with, and you see that this trapezium here, in both of the cases, A would be in contact with B in the sense that science defined. But what about defining a more strict relation, like to be in L contact or to be in R contact, so that in one case A is in L contact but not in R contact to B, and the other way around in the other case. So the point is, so it's difficult to make clear on this. So remember that the grounding problem consists mainly in trying to explain how a single underlying state of affairs may give rise to distinct objects with different individual conditions. And what I think science does, and the same for essential boundary theory, is to relocate this problem of drawing boundaries, and mainly of having them determined by how things in themselves are, from doing that for objects or for kind properties to doing that for the properties that appear either in the bundles of essential bundle theory or in the grounds of science's proposal. So the upshot of the discussion, I take it to, so sorry, perhaps maybe you have to go back to this in Q&A. So I finish with this then. So the upshot of the discussion above seems to me as follows. So the attempts to ground the distinct sortalist properties of ordinary objects on more basic non-model properties in the region they occupy eventually foundered. As these problems seem to generalize to other proposals of the same kind, it seems to me to follow that foundationalist approaches to the grounding problem are doomed to fail. In my view, this should come as no surprise. It's just a case of the often notices problems of deriving the model from the non-model, or say a node from an east. So if we go back to Bennett's initial taxonomy of solutions, and if you leave aside so foundationalists, then you seem to have two main options. One is going primitivist, and I think that there are two main ways of being primitivist. What I call here lightweight primitivism, which is the way I understand actually the proposals I have just discussed, but also, for instance, Fine's doctrine of embodiments that would be like lightweight primitivism, which assume that model facts are cheap and actually are everywhere. So you have all the different model profiles are always instantiated everywhere. Or you may be a heavyweight primitivist and assume something like a form. So the problem with primitivism is that you end up having lots of objects, so actually a plenitude of objects. If you want to restrict that and be more conservative, you may opt for this I call here heavyweight primitivism. And I take it that hylomorphist proposals like Kozlikis is one of these. So it's a proposal of this kind. But well, these views as primitivists have advantages. We already saw some of them. And then I think if foundationalism doesn't work, and if primitivism also is unsatisfactory, the best way it would be to adopt a conceptualist solution to the grounding problem. This is the way I'd like to go, but I won't argue for that because I don't have time. Actually, I already said too much. Thanks, and sorry for the length.
Okay, thanks, Ezequiel. There is time for questions. Jessica, please. Then Gonzalo.
Thanks.
Then Mark.
So I don't know the Jago and Barker paper, but here's an attempt to try and respond on their behalf, and you can tell me if this makes sense in the context. So I agree. So if you're trying to explain, give an answer to the grounding problem by saying, oh, take this set of essential properties and this set of essential properties, and kind of taking that as basic, that seems not to be right. But I wondered if maybe they have something more like this in mind. So we've got this statue. Okay, so take note of all of the non-modal properties there, the kind of complex non-modal state of affairs. Now what you can do is take subsets of those properties, and let's say that those are objects. Now, suppose one subset is the set of, I don't know, having a certain structure and having a certain chemical composition. Well, if that's what that object is, then you've got reasons to then conclude, well, if it didn't have those properties, it wouldn't be the same thing, so they must be essential. And so I was wondering whether the claim that this bundle of properties ends up as a bundle of essential properties can come kind of downstream. So the view would be something like subsets of properties are objects, so kind of, that you can get lots of little bundles there. And then you've got reasons why those properties would therefore count as essential, and be able to kind of answer the modal questions downstream without plugging a modal notion in at the first level where you were worried. Does that make sense? Does that sound like what they had in mind as a kind of plausible response?
I don't think I
it
get
sounds
it
like a not very good view of
completely.
objects, but sorry. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not really sure what you mean by going downstream. So because in at some moment you need to posit this distinction between what is essential and what is not for them. So then you never go downwards enough to get the non-modal base.
Yeah,
Because what?
Yeah, the thought was something like, right, suppose in this local state of affairs, there's just 10 properties there. Okay, and then suppose you have a bundle theory of objects that allows, take any bundle of those you like, you've got an object. So, 1 and 2 is an object, 3 and 4 is an object, 2 and 3 is an object. So I've just told you what it is to be an object without using a distinction between essence and accident. But now I come along and say, aha, so object A is 1 plus 2. And if that's what it is to be A, then necessarily A has to be 1 and 2, otherwise it would be a different thing. So I was just thinking that's one way to try and make sense of this idea of a kind of bundle theory of objects without using the distinction between essence and accident at the beginning. It just kind of falls out as a consequence.
Okay, so to speak, the idea would be to use essential is part of the ideology you use to describe it, but it's not part of the ontology of the view. That would be more or less the yeah, so I think I sometimes have seen it that way, but anyway, you end up with a like a revisionary view, not only of which objects there are, but of what an object is. So you have to say the object. So the view is that the object is identical to this. To any subset of the properties located there. That's an object which is that. Why you want to say that?
It's a weird view of objects, but I just thought that would be a way.
It's okay. I think something like what you say is, I think, probably behind what they are saying. So I'm just sent the paper to Steve Barker. I haven't had the replies yet, but I suppose I'll get some sort of answer like that. In that case, I have to think more of what to say to that particular. Probably you still have these problems of primitivism in general, which is that you end up having lots of objects, but you don't have the problem of trying to explain what. So you don't have the weirdness problem of primitivism, which puts the essence or any modal property as part of the ontology instead of the ideology or the way of describing it. Saves something better against that view, that way of taking their view. Thanks.
Okay, next hand is Gonzalo's.
Hi, Ezequiel. So I think you said that Bennett distinguishes 3 answers to the grounding problem: primitivism, foundationalism, and maybe conceptualism. So I was wondering whether these 3 things are really on a par, because am I right in thinking that primitivism is not really an answer to the problem in the same sense in which the other 2 are, right? It's more like a rejection of the presupposition of the problem, isn't it?
Completely, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That was a simple question.
That's okay. Yeah, it is. Sorry, there are like three responses to the problem. One is to say, well, just forget about the problem. So,
right.
Yeah,
But then there was a part, if I remember right, where you said, well, you said something like, we should wonder whether primitivism is really that bad. And you went to give, I think, three reasons. One was that it might not go deep enough. The other one is that it can work only when combined with a plenistic ontology. I don't remember the third one. But couldn't you say, well, one of the problem is that it is rejecting the presuppositions of the problem. So it's not, you seem to be treating it as an answer there, on a par with the other two.
Yeah, so this reminds me of the discussion you had with Guido earlier about how to answer. So whether a reaction to a question counts or not as an answer to a question. I think it's a reasonable. So it's a viable reaction to the question, which is consists in not answering it directly, but saying instead we have this other view. Yeah. The third point is a weirdness of any modality assumed to be in things themselves. But well, so I have to take more in, so take seriously. I think so. Jessica's question, because that problem they wouldn't have if their view were that she mentioned.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Okay, next question is Dan's.
All right, thank you. So I was wondering if, I'm not sure this is right, but I'm wondering if your critique of both of these positions is sort of running together or conflating metaphysical and epistemic concerns, and maybe this is in the vicinity of what Jess was saying. So, with the Barker and Jaego solution, ultimately the solution is that, well, there's a mereological difference between these two objects, and that's what's explaining the modal differences. They're pointing to a mereological difference. This one has a part, being wearable, they say, that brings extra complexity, but maybe being thus and so shaped, that's a part of the one object and not part of the other, and that explains the modal differences. And it seems like you want to say, but you end up, the whole reason they want to point to that, or the whole reason that, that Noel wants to, it's my dog, that Noel wants to point to, contact rather than lontac, is because that's essential to this one and not this one. And well, it's not that it's that it's essential ends up in the grounds. It just ends up in, well, just in the epistemic grounds. The reason for saying that this is part of the grounds is going to be because of the modal intuitions and the intuitions about the differences between the two. But that's all in the epistemology. In the metaphysics, it's just, here's a mereological feature that the one has that the other doesn't have. That explains the sortalish modal differences. Does that make sense? And is that?
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think part of the problem here is that, so what's implied in a satisfactory explanation of the solution to the current problem. So you may be right in so one problem I think that there is that they think they have an explanation of the sortalish properties of objects in terms of pure, say, as you say, just mereological, so taking different mereological sums of the properties in one location. But the problem there is, this is part of the talk as I keep whether you can have a good explanation if you don't ground it in some intuitive, immediately acceptable, or all things considered acceptable views, for instance, of objects. So so okay, you can say, so they say, well, this is a reasonable view of objects, and besides, it's good because it explains the grounding problem, so it provides a solution to the grounding problem. But do you give a solution to the problem if you are beginning with a notion of an object which is so far away from common sense or anything you would say it's an object in the first place?
Yeah.
So the problem here, yeah, maybe the problem comes down to the explanation, the explanatory thesis that they have. They say, well, we have a view of objects, which is good in itself, and and that's why it's also provides a good explanation of the Sotarish properties of objects. But do you really have an satisfactory explanation if your original notion you used to explain it is so like far away from common sense, or what we usually would say what an object is? That's a part of the problem, I think. I think it's connected to your comment, if I'm right, or if I understood correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the objection now is just that the views are ad hoc or something like that. But you know, another way of looking at it is you look at these modal differences, and it's like, well, how must the world be in order for things to be that way? So it's motivated simply because it solves the problem. But I think you're right. I mean, then there's a question: is it just ad hoc? If that's the only reason for accepting this weird mereological hylomorphism that looks ad hoc, but that's a different sort of objection than.
Yeah, it is. So it's actually in part of the talk I skipped, but yeah. But well, thanks. I have to think more.
Great.
Okay, let's move on to Marta's question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a very quick question so that we have time for Amy as well. I was wondering just that perhaps what you say for foundationalist positions also applies to conceptualist positions. So that at the end, all of these positions have to be primitive positions. If the primitive element is just this, the two objects share certain of their properties. Okay, and then somehow you have to add some essential properties to have one object, and you have to add other essential properties or whatever to have the other object. And this is primitive. You can do it in terms of applying concepts, in terms of forms, in terms of which arrangement, in the case of science, is the one that grounds. But it seems that at the end, all of them are gonna be primitive beast positions.
Well, one difference is that you don't have concepts for everything, you know. So you wouldn't have a plenistic view if you were a conceptualist, unless some sort of conceptualism. But the idea is that what makes an object the object it is depends on the way you conceive of it. You need ways of conceiving to have the objects, and not you don't have all ways of conceiving.
But I don't think that primitivist implies plenitude. This is what Bennett seems to.
No, it's okay. So yeah, and that's why I distinguish this like heavyweight and lightweight primitivism. I think that depends on, so that again you have a balance, so a trade-off there. If you go for weirder entities from the ontological way of speaking, so you may have like less objects because you only have an object for every form, say, and but if you don't want to accept forms or some those kinds of entities, then the most reasonable way to go probably is being a plenist. So I missed the word now. this that accepts that all sorts of objects exist.
Where I need to.
Yeah, but I'm so I think that conceptualists can give an explanation of in a way that the foundationalist cannot, and these are the two actual answers, as Gonzalo was saying, to the two only attempted answers, because the other solution is just to reject the problem. And I think so that there's some, at least there's some prospects of having some results on this this route, and which you don't have in the other one. I'm sorry, I just realized that I was counting as if I had begun at 1, but I actually began at 1:15. So when I thought 40 minutes, I thought I'm going to finish, and then I just spoken for 25 minutes. So sorry. Okay, that's better for you. You had to hear me less.
Let's move on to Amy's question. Amy.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the really nice paper. I think it's really persuasive. And, in the light of what Gonzalo was saying too, and I think what you were just coming back to, it looks like you can sort of spin this as saying, look, giving reason for thinking that conceptualism might be the only game in town, essentially. And so I just wanted to invite you, and that maybe since you cut yourself short on the presentation, is a useful invitation to say a bit more about what form of conceptualism you'll be reaching for, and also how you'll avoid some of the maybe standard problems that are known for some forms of conceptualism, like say Seidel's conventionalism.
Okay, so there are two parts there. So first, there are some problems that Karen Bennett herself presents in that paper I mentioned, 2004 paper. And so I won't go into detail on that, but I actually wrote the paper so explaining how conceptualists can go around those problems. But since unfortunately in Spanish, so I may try to write in English now. I think perhaps so I don't have much time, but perhaps more interesting to try to say a bit on the sort of conceptualism I'm thinking about. So the main idea is, so I like to think of ordinary objects as something like institutional objects. So, more or less like in the way, for instance, Searle talks about money, for instance. So what makes that their money is that there are lots of people that agree to treat it some way. So I like to think of ordinary objects, or more or less on that basis. So like what makes something, so a car, and makes it have the modal properties it has, etc. Is that people take it as having those persistence conditions, and therefore just like and I take that like more or less on the similar basis as institutional facts. So like they're conventions in a sense, that how we think, so how we're supposed to think of those objects. But that's that rough idea. So I'm not prepared to say much more now.
Yeah, fair enough. That would be another paper. Yeah, I mean, these are issues I've struggled with too, and
sorry,
these are issues that I've also struggled with. I mean, one worry about going that route is that then your critics will come back right away, as Michael Ray has a paper on this, saying, oh well, then you end up with the implausible conclusion that say, people would have been able to survive trips through a meat grinder if only our concepts had been different, or that the statue would have survived the being squashed if only our language or concepts were different. So, whereas the similar claims about properly institutional objects, that there wouldn't have been money if we hadn't had a conceptual scheme or something like that, seem okay. So anyway, there's a family of views in the conceptualist area, and I'm totally with you in favoring something along those lines. Another range of views there that doesn't immediately run into those problems is one that would say, not that these modal properties depend on our language or concepts, but that we're doing something different. That when we're stating the modal properties of a statue or a person, that what we're doing is in a sense articulating the constraints that are built into the concept, not trying to describe some features of that object that are either conceptually dependent or independent. So anyway, that's another place to look as you sort of sift through these conceptualist options, which I'm with you. I think that's the way to go, is somewhere in that direction, and then it's just a matter of finding a view in that direction that won't be shot down by the metaphysical critics.
Okay, thanks. I missed some part because I think lost the connection, but I look at it in the recorded version. So yeah, sorry, but thanks for your comments.
I had a short question, but then I will give the word to Carolina. Now, I was online that was pointing Amy. I mean, I was wondering whether your solution applies equally well to material objects, say, or artifacts and people. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I would say that there's a relevant difference, but I don't know if the solution makes justice to that intuitive relevant difference between persons and material objects. I mean, if we are willing to call persons ordinary objects too.
I'm willing to call them ordinary objects. But yeah, but I think so. You have to distinguish, in a sense. So how, for instance, something like intentions or something like that, how they feature in or attitudes itself. So they feature differently. So they're, in the case of the artifact, you should have the attitude in two places at least. So one has to do with what makes something an artifact, and then the idea that being made intentionally is part of what makes something an artifact of some kind. So you have it in one sense in the norm, in the conceptual norm, and then as part of its content, because it's what it asks of the world for the concept to apply. So I don't know whether I'm clear on this, but any.
No, that's. I mean, it was on the same line of the last question. I don't know if the solution works equally well, but yeah, I mean.
I don't know either, so I have to try to figure out how to do that. Yeah, it's just an idea for the moment. Yeah.
I think we have time for this last question, Carolina.
Thank you. I guess this is a follow-up to some of the earlier questions, where turns out that the main objection ends up being something like the view of objects in question is not very plausible, it's not independently motivated. And I was trying to think of other examples where people have tried to offer a solution that might have a similar problem. And, is this really a reason to think that they haven't solved the original problem or that they have made some progress towards it? And one thing that came to mind is Lewis's theory of events, right? So he has a theory according to which events are basically properties of spatiotemporal regions. You can have coinciding events, right? So an event that is both a stabbing and a killing or something like that. And you have a similar grounding problem arising for those events that coincide in the actual world. And the solution ends up being something like you take different different events to be identified by different classes of regions across worlds in this case, right? So there are worlds where the stabbing occurs without the killing. There are words where the killing occurs without stabbing or whatever. So you can simply identify, on the simplest interpretation of this view, events with classes of regions, which is not at all how we would have thought to think about events. But it's a nice, clean way of thinking about how you can end up with coinciding events. So I'm not saying that the Barker-Yago view is necessarily plausible along similar lines, but why not? I mean, you can't just assume from the very beginning that objects are already a certain way, right? That you're not going to be able to find any difference among objects that is not modal, because otherwise you would be begging the question, right? If you try and find a foundational solution to a grounding problem. So you have to leave that open. And maybe something like what they propose is not that crazy, right? In the same way that what Lewis proposed is not as crazy for coinciding events.
Okay, yeah. So interesting, yeah. Well, I would say perhaps this difference between the two cases, which is that, so I'm not sure really, but here you saw in the case of in the case of Louis, so you have this phenomenon, and then you propose, so you present a certain metaphysical view of events to make sense of that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything interesting to say. Sorry, I have to think more.
That's okay. We're out of time, I think, anyway. So yeah, we can talk about this later. So yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. Great. Yes. So many thanks for questions.
Okay, we are right on time for our lunch break. So thanks Ezequiel for that nice talk. And we will be back at 2 o'clock Chilean Standard Time. So see you then. Hi, Annie.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
Good. It's been a very nice conference.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, up to now, it has been great. We just have two more talks, and I think there will be a nice close up for this. A nice closing.
For sure, yeah.
Thanks. I mean, I didn't have time to thank you like face to face for your participation, but thanks for accepting our invitation.
Yeah, glad to be part of it.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me.
Next time we promise like a really face-to-face workshop.
Beautiful. That would be great for everyone, I think. That will really appreciate it, right? When we get a chance to do philosophy in person again.
Yeah. I think everyone misses it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do.
You don't know what to appreciate until you lose it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I don't know if everyone is back or not, but Carolina, would you like to try your slides if you want to first? Hi, Carolina.
Sure.
No, I was wondering
Yes.
whether you would like to try to share your slides first, if there are any technical
Yes,
issues.
it's just a handout. I will do that. There you go.
It looks good. Okay, then. I mean, I think almost everyone is back. No?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So our final two talks of this workshop. And the next speaker is Carolina Sartorio from University of Arizona, and her title is Powers Enrich Causalism. Carolina, whenever you want.
Okay. Well, thank you all for inviting me, and it's great to see people from all over the world all at once. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend some of the sessions at the beginning because of my teaching schedule. Okay, so this talk is about the metaphysics of action and free action. I defend what I call a big picture causalist view of action and free action. But I particularly want to focus on how one might go about exploiting the role of grounding and possible grounds of the relevant causal facts, according to the causalist view that I have in mind, in giving such a metaphysical account of action and free action. So this is partly based on earlier work of mine, but so in my book on free will, I give what I regard as a causalist account of free action. But the newest part, I guess, for today is the appeal to grounding and grounds, and kind of extending that basic causalist picture. So this is a big picture causalist view, but it's also a big picture kind of talk. Well, I'll just sketch. Well, first I'll sketch the causalist view that I have in mind, and then I will sketch how I see potential role for grounds of the relevant causal facts. And those grounds are going to be based on powers of different kinds. Okay, so what makes a view a causalist view of action and reaction is, I think, the central claim that you already see is a claim that appeals to grounds. I think this is the best way of understanding the central causalist claim. It's a claim about grounds. In particular, it's a claim about full grounds of action and free action. So it basically says what makes a behavior an action or a free action is it's having a certain causal history or a certain causal explanation or something like that. So the relevant causal facts, according to this view, are full grounds of the relevant action facts or free action facts. That's what makes a view causalist in the view, in the sense I intend the term in this talk. Okay, so you might have heard of the term causalism as used for action mostly. That's the way in which it's more standardly used. So the causalist view of action is, at least nowadays, the leading conception of action, and for very good reasons, I think. It's the view that Davidson and people like Mealy and many others have defended more recently, according to which, again, what makes a behavior an action is its causal history, but more specifically, something like the fact that it was caused in the right kind of way by the relevant mental states of the agent or its physical realizers, perhaps, or their physical realizers. So something like intentions, beliefs, desires, and so on. Okay, and the big picture causalist view that I want to defend is an extension of that idea to free action too. And I don't have a lot of time to talk about motivations, but this basically stems from Frankfurt's reasoning, Frankfurt-style reasoning that appeals to Frankfurt-style cases where we have very strong intuitions that our freedom or the freedom relevant to moral responsibility is just a function of the actual causes of the behavior. That's all I'll say as far as motivation for that extension. But it's nice. I mean, it's a nice feature, I think, of the big picture causalist view that we can simply take the leading conception of action and extend it to free action, and that gives you a big picture view in the philosophy of action more generally. So I take that to be a plus of this big picture causalist view. Now, of course, when you say that what makes a behavior an action or free action is it's having a certain causal history or that the causal facts have full grounds, you don't mean that to claim that they are necessarily the only grounds, because those grounds themselves could be grounded in other things. You want to at least leave that open. It's an open possibility. So full grounds doesn't necessarily mean only grounds. And this should be obvious for people here, but I can tell you, for the people working on the free will and moral responsibility stuff, this is really hard to see for some reason. I've had a lot of trouble pushing this idea that seems quite obvious to me. At any rate, so that results in potential enrichments of the basic causalist view. So you could get an enriched causalist view by thinking about potential grounds of the relevant causal facts and the role that those grounds could play in the view. So what I want to examine, or basically sketch for the purposes of this talk, is in a particular example of such an enriched view that appeals to powers, the powers enriched causalism. So I'll sketch how I see the view, or the most plausible version of this view, as applied to action, and then free action. I'll explain how I see the analogies and disanalogies of the form that enriched causalism takes for action and for free action. So there's going to be important differences, I'll argue, between the most plausible version for action and the most plausible version for free action. And I'll also talk about potential advantages of having such an enriched view that goes beyond the basic claims made by causalism. Okay, so what comes next, this paragraph here, is a very, very quick sketch of my book on free will, where I talk about how to build a causalist view of free will. And what I'll do here is I'll just explain how that is an extension, or can be seen as an extension of the causalist view of action. And if you need more details on this, of course, we can talk about it at the Q&A. So the main idea is that you start out with very basic requirements for free action, and then you build on those to get the causalist view of free action, and that's the big picture causalist view. And so the rough idea is that there's a continuum or a spectrum of complexity, causal complexity, the complexity of the relevant causal chains. So you start out with mere behaviors that are not actions. The causal histories are simple, very simple, or simple in some relevant ways. Then they get a bit more complex once you move to actions. And then they get even more complex once you move to free actions. But all that's happening is basically you're adding more causes or more complex causes as you move down the line. So in a way, it's a view according to which acting freely is not at all a matter of not being caused to act, but it's in some sense a matter of being caused to act, and being caused to act by many causes or by causes of a certain complexity, which I take it is in fact a pretty plausible view of free action. So what is it that you have to add in order to make that last step from action to free action? You have to add what I like to think of as absences of reasons. So in order for a behavior that is an action to also be a free action, it has to be caused, at least in most cases, by a relevant range of not just reasons to act in the relevant way, but absences of reasons to refrain from acting in that way. So I'm going to illustrate with an example, so hopefully that will help. So the main example that I will use for a non-free action is a compulsive action. So the cookie monster, right? The cookie monster is compulsively addicted to chocolate chip cookies, let's say. So when he eats a chocolate chip cookie, he doesn't act freely. When we eat a chocolate chip cookie, most of us act freely. So one way to see the difference between the action of the cookie monster and our actions is as follows. Both of them are actions because he is moving his body in certain ways as a result of having certain intentions and desires and beliefs and so on. So it's definitely an action, but it's not a free action because the causal history is just too simple or too simple in the relevant ways. It's not sensitive to facts of the circumstances that track absences of reasons to refrain, basically. So imagine for a moment that a cookie monster is so addicted to cookies that he would have eaten a cookie basically no matter what. That those are the dispositions that he has. So he would have eaten a cookie, or he would have continued eating cookies even if he had reason to believe that eating another cookie would give him a stomachache. He would eat the cookie even if it was the last cookie on the plate, right? But most of us have been taught you're not supposed to take the last cookie from the plate, even if he had reason to believe that others might want the cookie and so on. So there's a range of reasons that he's not sensitive to, by assumption that's our main example, somebody who doesn't act freely when he eats a cookie. Now imagine that in the actual case, none of these obtain, right? So the cookie is not the last cookie on the plate. It is not the case that he believes that he'll have a stomachache if he eats the cookie, and so on and so forth, right? Now, still, it is the case, I want to suggest, that when he eats the cookie, the causal history of his behavior does not include these absences of reasons to refrain, because he is by assumption not sensitive to such considerations. Whereas by contrast, when we eat the cookie, which again is not the last cookie on the plate, we don't have reason to believe that eating the cookie will give us a stomachache and so on. We are being sensitive, even if it's not consciously, right? We're still being sensitive to the absences of such reasons, right? So we are disposed differently than the cookie monster. Okay, so that's the very super rough and quick sketch of the view. So as you can see, hopefully, the main difference I want to argue between free action and unfree action is something that has to do with the actual causal history of the behavior. Something that goes beyond what makes it an action. It's what makes it a free action, right? It's the fact that the causal history includes more things or more things of a certain kind in the case of free action than in the case of compulsive action. It includes a range of absences of reasons to refrain, because the fact that those reasons were not present is intuitively part of what explains, in our case, free agents, why we do what we do. But it is not part of what explains, in the case of the cookie monster, why he does what he does, because he's not sensitive to such considerations. Okay, so that's a basic picture. How could you appeal to powers to enrich this view, and why would it be helpful, right, to do such a thing? So I said before that the view that I'm interested in examining further is a view according to which, in both cases, we start up from causal histories and then we add powers, but we end up adding powers of different kinds in each case. And one important difference that I'll suggest exists is that between action and free action is that in the case of action, I think the most plausible version of such a view is one that adds manifested powers. But in the case of free action, it's a view that adds unmanifested powers. So the part about action in and of itself is not completely original to me. I mean, a lot of people have appealed to powers to help understand action. I guess what's more original is how I make this fit in with the big picture causalist view, given the role that I think the grounds of the causal facts are playing in a causalist view. So I'll talk about that in this section. So I think that appealing to manifested powers has a really cool potential advantage, which is that can potentially at least help with the famous or infamous problem of causal deviance for causalist views of action. So we'll work again with just one example of that to illustrate causal deviance and why it's supposed to be a problem. So I call it deviant photo. I'm about to take my picture taken, and they tell me that I shouldn't move for a few seconds while I'm getting my picture taken, but I'm rebellious. So I form the intention to move at precisely the time when they're about to take my picture. But then my being rebellious unnerves me. Oh, I guess I'm that kind of person that forms these intentions out of spite for other people, and that in turn makes me move in some way. My becoming unnerved by those thoughts is what makes me move. So when I move, I'm not acting, right? I'm just moving. It's mere behavior. However, we have a causal chain that goes from the intention to move to the movement. I in fact move, and I in fact move as a result of my forming the intention to move. Of course, what's going on here is that the causal chain is deviant, right? But the problem of causal deviance is to explain basically what differentiates deviant causal chains from non-deviant causal chains. If the causalist is trying to explain action in terms of causal chains, then this seems like an important problem, right? Okay, so the enriched view that I have in mind is one that appeals to powers, and in particular, manifested powers, to basically try and capture the difference between deviant and non-deviant causal chains. So very roughly, and here I'm trying to be as neutral as I possibly can on the nature of abilities and dispositions. These are, by the way, supposed to be purely natural powers, right? Something like natural dispositions. But roughly, the idea is I have something like the disposition to move upon having formed the intention to move, right? As an agent, I have such a disposition, or maybe it's an ability, but we'll work with dispositions. So the manifested powers, MP stands for manifested powers, enriched version of the causalist view would say that the causal chain is of the right kind when the relevant power has manifested, basically. And when it isn't of the right kind is because although the power existed, it didn't manifest in the circumstances. So what you want to say, for this to be a version of an enriched view that appeals to grounds, is basically, in order for the chain to be of the right kind, right, those facts have to be grounded in the manifestation or the exercise of a disposition, something like an ordinary power, to move my body upon intending to move my body. Or if powers or dispositions are grounded in other things, again, I want to be neutral on that question, perhaps it's grounded in those facts that ground the exercise of such a power. So it's either grounded in the power itself, if it's primitive, perhaps, or in the grounds of those powers. And there are, many people that I cite here that appeal to something like powers, different kinds of powers, abilities, dispositions, skills, to explain action or intentional action. So I think this is the proposal that ties very nicely with those proposals out there. Now, why would this help? Well, because, two things, I guess. One is the payoff here, down here. Let me mention this first. The big payoff is that we would be reducing the deviance problem about action to a much more commonplace deviance problem, a deviance problem concerning dispositions. And you might think that is progress, right? Because there's nothing really that special about action. And well, of course, you might still want to ask, what is the solution to the more general problem? Maybe there is one. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe all we have is like clear examples of cases where a power has manifested and cases where it hasn't manifested, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's all we need. At any rate, why does this work? It works because I think the same problem arises for dispositions more generally. There's a deviance problem for dispositions. So here I pick fragility, a standard example of a disposition. And I think the idea that when the power hasn't manifested and when the causal is deviant go together is very plausible. In fact, we can think of examples that illustrate that. So that's the deviant fragility case here. So imagine that there's this eccentric evil demon that has these weird intentions, right? He's determined to make fragile vases break, but only those vases that have just been dropped and before they break on their own. So he waits, right, until somebody drops a vase, and at that point he intervenes and makes the vase break. So imagine that if it helps, you can imagine that he makes the vase break in a way he would have made any object break, any object that we wouldn't ordinarily call a fragile object, so a brick, right? So the fragility of the vase is not really doing anything in this case, because he makes it break in the same way, magically, in the same way he would have made a brick break. So we have a causal chain that goes from the stimulus of the disposition, the vase is dropped, to the manifestation of the disposition, the vase breaks. But the causal chain is deviant because it goes through the intervention of the eccentric evil demon. And I think intuitively what's going on in this case is that the fragility power has not manifested, right? The natural power that the vase has to break has not manifested, although there is the relevant causal connection, not the relevant, there is a causal connection between the stimulus and the manifestation. So this shows that any account of dispositions, basically, of this kind will have to make room for the possibility of deviance in causal chains, and we'll have to say something that entails that the power might not manifest when the causal chain is not of the right kind. Right, so the idea that we can have deviance for dispositions, I think, is very well motivated independently. And if you buy into the idea that there's something like a disposition involved in the case of action, then it seems at least plausible to think that one problem might reduce to the other problem. Right? And that would be a major advantage of the powers enriched view of action. Okay, so now we move to free action. I anticipated before that I would say that the powers that play a role in such a view are unmanifested powers, unlike what happens in the case of action. And so this builds on the earlier proposal that I offered. So my claim is just that if that's the causeless view that you are proposing, then it's very natural to go with unmanifested powers, not with manifested powers. So remember that the idea was that the difference between the free action and the action involves a difference in the causal chain or the causal explanation. Absences of reasons play a role, a much more significant role in the case of free action than in the case of action. When we act freely, there's a pattern of that kind involving absences of reasons to refrain that explains our actions. Now, I think it's also plausible to say something similar involving unmanifested or inactive powers. Something like this: when we act freely, we possess certain powers that remain inactive. They remain unmanifested. And these are the powers to respond to the absent reasons. So when I freely eat the cookie from the plate, and like what happens with the Cookie Monster, I have powers to refrain from acting in certain circumstances that are absent in the actual case, right? And the inactivity of those powers is relevant to the explanation of free action, right? Whereas the powers or the inactivity of the powers is not relevant in the case of the Cookie Monster. So we have these two claims. One involves absent reasons, the other one involves inactive powers. So one thing you could do is explain the fact that they go together, that correspondence, by saying that basically one grounds the other. The absences of reasons explain our behavior when they do, when we act freely in virtue of the fact that in those cases we have the relevant powers. Or again, I want to be neutral on whether powers are primitive or they're themselves grounded in other things. So perhaps in virtue of the grounds of those powers. Right? So you have the causalist view, according to which the causal facts are full grounds of the free action facts, but the grounds of the causal facts themselves involve unmanifested powers, or the powers of those, or the grounds of those unmanifested powers. So that's unmanifested power causalism here. Facts about freedom are grounded in facts about causal histories. Again, those are full grounds, but those in turn are grounded in facts about unexercised powers, or if those are themselves grounded, perhaps in the grounds of those powers. So here you're going to end up with different possibilities depending on what you think about powers, basically. So that's going to result in different grounding structures. So here we have F3, fact 3, is the relevant causal fact, the one that grounds facts about freedom. And according to the powers enriched proposal, that fact, F3, is itself grounded in facts that have to do with powers, unmanifested powers. So the rest is going to depend on basically how you think about powers, and in particular, if you think that, many people think that dispositions have intrinsic basis. They're based on intrinsic properties of the agent, something like the agent's internal constitution in this case, or intrinsic properties of objects more generally. So it might be that you identify the disposition with that base, or it might be that you think that the base grounds the disposition without being identical with the disposition, perhaps on the basis that one same disposition could be realized in different ways, right? Multiple realizability of dispositions. So if you have something like the non-reductive view, you want to distinguish between F1 and F2, but there's still a grounding relation between them, right? So in the case of a free agent, the free agent is constituted internally in a certain way. So we're constituted differently from the Cookie Monster. There's certainly some relevant intrinsic difference. And that grounds F2, right? They claim that I have the relevant disposition to respond to the absent reasons that the Cookie Monster lacks. So you could end up with either this structure whereby F3 is grounded by is grounded in F2, which is grounded in F1, right? So the agent has the disposition that he has because of the constitution, and then that disposition grounds the fact that he's responding to the absences of reasons. Or perhaps you could say F1 does all the grounding by itself, right? The internal constitution of the agent both grounds the disposition fact, but also the fact that the agent is responding to the relevant absences of reasons. Either way, you have some claim about the power, an unmanifested power, playing a role, either because it plays the role itself or because its grounds basically are what they're doing, what are doing the work. Or of course you could, if you're a reductivist on dispositions, you just have F1, which is just F2, more directly grounds F3. And that's the end of the story. Okay. So these 2 points here are points that are supposed to tell you why I think that this is important. I mean, why, what are the advantages of appealing to unexercised powers in a theory of free will, and in particular in a causalist theory of free will? So the first thing here is something that's supposed to illustrate how this view still differs from other important views on free will that are in fact radically opposed to what I'm calling the causalist view of free will. So the causalist view of free will, remember, says that the actual causal histories are full grounds of the relevant action, free action facts. But there are other views out there. In fact, some people regard these other views as the more traditional, the more classical views of free will, according to which free action requires the ability to do otherwise, alternative possibilities, right? And that's opposed to the causalist view that I'm defending, because they appeal to something that seems to go beyond the actual causes of the behavior, right? So that's the debate between somebody like Frankfurt, who thinks, okay, he argues all that matters is something like actual explanations, and somebody like Wagen, who thinks alternative possibilities are key. So here you have, in the enriched version of the view that I'm defending, a causalist view that appeals to unexercised powers. But it's important to see that these are something more like general dispositions, general abilities, something like that, that agents might have. And then I argue free agents have, right? Otherwise they wouldn't be acting freely. So they're dispositional concepts, but it's not the same thing to say that dispositional concepts of some kind play a role in free action, as it is to say that the ability to do otherwise plays a role. So the ability to do otherwise is something more like a much more specific ability that agents allegedly have or could have if they could have free will on these alternative possibilities views of free action. Something like you first must have the general ability, but also you have to be in the right kinds of circumstances. You also have to have the opportunity to exercise those general abilities. But the view that I'm proposing is, of course, not like that at all, because you don't have the ability to exercise your disposition to react to reasons that are in fact absent, right? In cases where the reasons are absent. First, they have to be present, and there, of course, your disposition could be manifested. but not in the actual case where the reasons are in fact absent. So in a way, it appeals to dispositional concepts, but concepts that are just too general for these to amount to real, genuine alternative possibilities of action. So the views are still, very different. On the other hand, given that it does appeal to unexercised powers, I think a nice feature of the view is that it combines these two, what I take to be these two important insights about free action. One of them is Frankfurt's, according to which actual causes are full grounds. But then the other one is the insight that unexercised powers can still be relevant to free will. And they can because they can be relevant by means of acting as grounds for the relevant causal facts that are the full grounds for the freedom facts. So of course, that doesn't get you, again, unexercised powers in the sense of alternative possibilities, but it does get you unexercised powers of some kind. And the last thing I want to say is what you end up with is something like a picture that is completely unified at the top level. For action and free action, you have causal facts, actual causal facts in both cases, but then it's more diversified at bottom. In particular, because you end up with manifested powers in one case and unmanifested powers in the other, which is a very important difference, of course. But I think it really shouldn't be that surprising, because once you start thinking about the nature of free action and the role that, in particular, absences of reasons seem to play in the nature of free action, which is not something that plays a role in the case of action, I think it's actually plausible, it's motivated, well motivated to think that you could end up with different grounds in each case, right? So we have actual causes on top, but of course, the types of causes that are relevant in each case are different, and different types of causes could easily call for different types of grounds. Okay, that's all I have. So I'll stop sharing. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thanks, Karina. Nice talk. Okay, time for questions. 1, 2, 3. Okay, José Tomás first.
Thanks very much, Carolina. I could like to know what's your position. You say that the actual causes of a free action are a full ground of the action, but at the same time, the unexercised causal powers are also relevant, but the unexercised causal powers are also a ground of the free action?
Right. So full grounds just means what people take full grounds to mean in the grounding literature, right? So I'm assuming that grounds necessitate, so they necessitate those facts by themselves, and they explain, metaphysically speaking, those facts. But of course, I mean, when you say that A is fully grounded in B, B could itself be grounded in C. I'm not saying it has to be, but it can be. The example that I used somewhere is something like, imagine that somebody were to say that lake is a completely clean lake, it's just made up of water. There's no pollution, there's no dust, there's no leaves, there's nothing, right? When you say that it's just water, of course, you don't mean to rule out the components of water, right? Of course, it's made up of the components of water if water is made up of other things? So I think this is a pretty obvious fact, right? That if you're full ground, that doesn't mean that it's not grounding. But let me just say, the reason people in this debate have had trouble seeing that that combination is plausible is that they're thinking that a causalist view, what I call a causalist view, an actual sequence view, some people call it, of free will, is just the view that nothing but actual causes play a role. But I want to say that's just wrong.
Sorry, but my problem is to clarify. When you say that they are relevant, you don't mean that they are the ground, or do
no,
you?
they can. Yeah, they can. I mean, according to,
they're not the ground.
Yes, they are. So you have the power grounding the causal fact, and the causal fact grounds the free action fact.
But they are manifested powers. They are not the ground.
No, they are. They are, because they are manifested. So that ties up what I was saying before. So people who oppose this idea seem to think if they are manifested, that means they're not actually manifested. So it has to mean that they can't be in the actual explanation. Okay, they can be in the actual explanation, but they can ground the actual explanation. Right? So just like causation itself could be grounded in something else. So imagine that you have a picture of causation according to which causation itself is not primitive. A lot of people believe in that view. So when you say that the relevant free action or action fact is grounded in the fact that C causes E, right? In a causal fact. Of course, that causal fact can still be grounded in whichever facts ground causal facts, right? So it's just another example of how you can have grounding facts at the very bottom. I don't see any reason. So even if grounding is not transitive in general, I mean, I don't see any reason to think that there's a failure of transitivity in these cases. So why not? I mean, the unexercised powers. Think about it this way. The claim is that it's because I have those unexercised powers and the Cookie Monster doesn't, that my behavior has the actual explanation that it has. Right? The Cookie Monster's actual explanation doesn't have the same events and absences of events in it because it doesn't have those powers, even if they're unmanifested. Right? So yeah, I want to distinguish between the powers being unmanifested and the powers playing some role, just the existence of the powers.
I think I could leave the to other interventions now. But thanks.
Thank you.
Ken, your turn.
Yes, but I think Gonzalo has a follow-up.
Oh, sorry, Gonzalo, I didn't see the chat. Go on.
Okay, very short. Carolina, I think in response to Jose Tomas, you said that, correct me if this is wrong, but I think you said that the causes are the grounds, right? And
the causal facts are not the causes themselves, but the causal
okay.
facts.
Okay, fair enough. No, because my worry was that I thought you might have said that the causes, and then you also said you were assuming that grounds necessitate, so that might entail that on your view causes necessitate.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Right. But you don't want to be committed to that.
I don't want to say, yeah, I mean, that's another way of speaking loosely. Sometimes this view is characterized as the view that all that matters is the causes, right? The causes are the full grounds. But I think that's just short for the much more plausible view, which is not just the causes, but the fact that those causes cause, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Now go on, Tianchun.
Thank you. So I think there's a point in your presentation that I'm not sure I follow. So you mentioned three facts. F1 is the fact that the agent has some certain kind of internal constitution, and the F3 is the fact that the agent's action has a relevant causal history or something like that. And you say F1, so leave F2 aside. You say F1 might either ground itself grounding grounds F3 or grounds F3 via some other fact. So my question is, it seems to me that F1 is a factor about an instantaneous state of someone's body, but F3 is a fact lasts for a certain duration because it's about causal history. So how can an instantaneous state grounds a duration?
Right. Yeah, no, I should have clarified. So F3 is a full ground. So the relevant causal facts all taken together are a full ground for the relevant freedom fact. F1 is just one of the partial grounds.
Oh.
If the structure ends up being like this, it's not enough to have the relevant disposition, right? You have to be placed in the relevant circumstances. You have to be acting for reasons, and many other things must be playing a role for you to be acting and for you to be acting freely. So yes,
this is also how the unexercised powers can be the partial ground of the causal facts.
Yeah, how they can be relevant, how they can be playing a role. That is not the full story. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's important. Yeah.
Anthony's turn.
So your view is very interesting to me. I like the combination, and I just have my questions about the powers side of things, and I just want to know more about how the powers are working. Like, for instance, do you allow for higher order powers? Do you allow for iterated powers? These are sort of different types of powers that get discussed in the literature just on powers themselves, and often people talk about like an essential power or a core power. Sometimes, like when they're talking about an object, like an object itself has to have like an essential power, and if it didn't have that power, then it wouldn't be that object. And C.D. Broad from like the 30s, he has a powers view of objects, and talked about a supreme power that was like that, again, like the essential power of the object. And I'm just thinking about all those different types of powers and how that inhabits or interacts with your views about causation and free will and free action. So for instance, do you think that a free agent, the agent itself, has like a supreme power, or is it like the powers are tied to the actual actions? And of course, those actions are then had by the agents, or what? I just want to know.
Yes, no, these are all good questions. So I guess the short answer is I'm not sure what to say about powers in general, but I don't think I need to say a lot in order to make the points that I want to make. I don't see, just off the top of my head, any particular reason why any of this commits me to iterated powers or higher order powers or essential powers, or I'm not sure what you meant by supreme power, but it sounded something not natural. But I'm not sure if that's what you meant. That's not at all what I want to say. So these powers are just very ordinary powers that people like VII have talked about, dispositions, abilities of some kind, but natural abilities. So something like dispositions to respond to reasons, right?
Right.
Something like that.
Then you
Do you see any reason why I should be committed to any specific view on powers? I'd be interested in hearing that from what I've said.
Yes. Yes, I agree. Like, some of these sort of the nitty-gritty details you can just bracket and say, well, whatever the best theory of powers is, that's what I'll say, I'll go in for. But maybe there are certain concepts of certain types of powers that you may need to commit yourself to if you want to explain certain cases of free action. Like we might have like the absence of reasons for, that's one condition of performing a free action, but might be like an absence of a belief, or if something like you might have a power that gets manifested that then brings about another power that doesn't become manifested, and that's part of the larger story of how we come to this action being free. So when you look at like across time, you might have some powers being activated, some powers not being activated, and interactions between the powers.
Yeah.
And that can be all messy because free action is just a messy thing, because we as humans are just messy individuals. So maybe like some like talking about higher order powers or complex powers or powers interacting may just have to be part of the story, because like free will and free action is just messy.
No, yeah, I agree. But again, I want to give a very naturalistic picture of free action, right? So something that is committed to as few things of that kind as possible. However, there's this literature on, the literature on things and stuff like that, right? In the dispositions debate, there's this literature on intrinsic, opposing intrinsic powers. So whether you could have an agent that is pulled in different directions internally. I don't know if this is exactly what you had in mind, but it sounded like you were thinking about interesting interactions between different powers that the agent might have. And it doesn't have to be over time. It can be at once, right? So perhaps you have the disposition to get ready for a class tomorrow, but you also have, because you're lazy, you have a disposition to stay on your couch watching TV, and those two dispositions kind of go against each other. Is that a plausible way of explaining how this is going?
Yeah, that's
and then the agent has to make a free choice, right? So yeah, I think some of that can be part of the story. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not totally convinced by the examples that people have offered, but I think it's a really interesting idea. But all of these things can be understood in terms of such dispositions, I think. So they basically boil down to reasons, right? Reasons and responsiveness to reasons. Reasons that you have and how inclined you are to respond to certain reasons.
Good. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, we have two more questions. I think we have time enough for that. Ezequiel?
Very briefly, I like very much so what you say at the end. So this idea of trying to adopt these two insights you mentioned. One is that the actual cause is the only important thing, but that somehow free action has to do with what would have happened in a sense. So I was wondering whether your view, in a sense, vindicates the conditional interpretation of the principle of alternative possibilities. That if you had chosen something different, you would have done something different or something like that.
Yeah, no.
Do you think there's a connection between one thing or the other, or no? Okay.
Not at all. No, I'm completely convinced by the counterexamples to those theories. So yeah, the story is not as simple as that. And Frankfurt cases, in fact, are examples where, so even if you had tried to do something differently, you would have ended up doing the very same thing that you did. However, I want to say that the causal history in those cases is basically, in all relevant respects, the same as in an ordinary case, as long as the agent really is responding to the absences of reasons. So we just have to isolate that causal structure from those external factors that make it the case that those counterfactuals fail. So the dispositions, the ability, all of those things cannot be understood simply in terms of those counterfactuals, on my view. But yeah, I didn't really get into that at all. So I see how you might have gotten that impression.
Yeah, because you may think of counterfactual analysis of dispositions in the same way. So then I think that there's maybe some connection there, but I don't see it also very clearly either. That's why
yeah, there are all sorts of problems with those accounts of dispositions. And
but thanks.
Thank you,
good for Dan. Yeah.
Okay, last question. Dan, go on.
All right, thanks. Well, I really like this account of the difference between deviant and non-deviant ways for intentions to cause bodily movement. I just wondered if you have thoughts on whether that can be adapted to handle cases in perception, deviant and non-deviant causes of perception, and deviant and non-deviant causes of belief that are, cause all this trouble for causal theories of knowledge and perception. Is that something you thought about, or do you think it could be adapted?
I haven't really, but I mean, my fundamental belief is that any causal account of anything has a problem of deviance.
Yeah.
Right? Any causal account of dispositions, any causal account of perception, any causal account of knowledge, reference, perhaps. So there's definitely a problem of deviance that occurs whenever you give a causal account. Now, does that mean that we can give a similar solution? That's a different claim, right? Because what we must have is a power of some kind, and the intuition that the power has not manifested, right? And we're probably not going to get any of that in many of the cases we mentioned. But maybe there's a common answer to all of these problems. And in that case, we could simply reduce the problem of deviance for action to the problem of deviance for dispositions, which would be in turn reduced to an even more commonplace problem of deviance. But I have no idea what that solution would look like. I'm afraid I have to say. I'm not convinced that there is a solution in the first place.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
but
thanks.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Our last talk of this event is in charge of Timothy O'Connor, professor from Indiana University. He will be talking about two theories of divine simplicity. I don't know, Tim, if you want to try first the sharing screen. I will send your handout to the chat room so you can download it there. Yes, Tim, you can. I mean, I don't know if you see the screen. Okay, it is strange. I see half a screen, or no, or it's mine computer.
I see half too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's something wrong there, Tim. I don't know. I'm not the expert one, as you could see. You're mute. So.
I'm sorry, I was muted. All right, I double screw up. My apologies. All right, I stopped my share and now I want to do it again. And I want to see, do you now see my PowerPoint?
Yes, yes. Now,
is that
now
better?
It works, at least from my point of view, yeah.
Yeah, all right, very good.
Okay, go on, whenever you can.
Okay, go, great. And there's a handout in the chat that Sebastian's put there, and that follows the PowerPoints that I'll be clicking through here. All right, so, 3 days, it seems fitting that we've spent 3 days grubbing around in the roots of being, getting into constituent concepts. And so it's fitting that we follow Plato and we lift our eyes to the heaven in our final session and contemplate God as classically conceived. So the doctrine of divine simplicity, if you're not familiar with it, has roots that go all the way back to actually classical Greek philosophical thought. It predates kind of the Christian and Jewish and Muslim theologians, and then it gets affirmed by nearly all late classical and medieval theologians in all these religious traditions. Nowadays, it's much more controversial. And so some philosophical theologians continue to contend that divine simplicity, which I'll explain in a moment, it's a quite radical claim. They claim that it's absolutely foundational to a proper understanding of the nature of God, and a central plank in anything that may lay claim to the label of classical theism. Others dismiss it as completely unintelligible and take its enduring interest to reside chiefly in a kind of cautionary lesson about how talented thinkers can drive themselves into intellectual ditches. Okay, so divine simplicity, sorry, that didn't work. There we go. Theses are taken by those who espouse them to follow from the doctrine of divine aseity, the thesis that God exists in complete ontological independence of anything else. Ase, he exists from himself. And this implication is their primary motivation. If God's not, so Aquinas in his two summas, both of his summas starts off the very beginning when he talks about, introduces the idea of God. He says, well, God is ase. First thing you need to understand is that God is metaphysically simple. It's foundational to everything else. So if God's nature, this is how they reason. If God's nature encompassed separable components or elements of any kind, those components would be more fundamental than, or at least as fundamental as God. And furthermore, their union in the divine nature would require some kind of explanation. How did there come to be a being possessing this multiplicity of components? And that any explanation necessarily would avert to something external to God. Hence, far from existing ase, God would be dependent both from within and without. But of course, the buck stops with God. That's fundamental to the very idea of God. So we should infer that God's nature is indissoluble. He's in ontological unity. Now, the term, that's why I put it in quotations, the doctrine of divine simplicity, is commonly used as a label for a particular and maximally radical theory of the indicated divine unity, a theory that has commanded wide assent through the outsized influence of Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. But it is also sometimes used simply to assert the needed ontological unity of God, such that one might entertain a range of theories of simplicity. So immediately after Aquinas, John Duns Scotus advanced a distinct account of divine unity that he took to be an explication of divine simplicity. So on this more relaxed usage, the thesis that God is ontologically simple is or ought to be uncontroversial. Controversy arises concerning its proper theoretical development. And that's how I'm going to talk here, okay? But some Thomists are going to rankle at that, but okay, such is life. The past few decades, I think, has seen real progress in understanding what is at stake here and different ways we might explicate and defend puzzling ideas. However, it seems to me the discussion has been hampered by the failure to regiment and systematically address the relevant issues and options. And so that's what I want to do here. I want to show how 4 theoretical packages ordered by their stringency, from the most stringent to the least stringent, naturally emerge, and then I will press reasons for favoring the least stringent package. Okay, we start then with what I will call the Thomist theory. This is also endorsed by Augustine, a variety of other people, but Aquinas' development of it is particularly influential, so I'll call it the Thomist theory. It includes 3 core claims that you have there on your screen. So I'll just let you look at those 3 core claims. this theory is often labeled absolute simplicity, owing to particular that first one, what I'm calling 1A. You'll see in a moment why I'm labeling them 1A, 2A, and 3A. There are going to be B versions of each of these. Hence, we're going to get 3 different theories emerging, okay? And 1A plausibly entails 2A and 3A. So the Thomist theory of absolute divine simplicity faces severe theoretical problems. As its defenders recognize, Aquinas spends a great deal of time trying to explicate simplicity. He recognizes it to be, in some sense, it makes God incomprehensible to us. So I'm going to present these problems in the form of questions that any theory of divine simplicity should be able to answer. All right, first question, does it offer a coherent account of divine attributes? So the claim that God's perfect power, perfect knowledge, and perfect goodness, for example, and all the other divine attributes are strictly identical, and indeed identical to God himself. There's no separation between attribute and substance in God, is universally seen as perplexing. In our understanding, when we ordinarily talk about power, knowledge, and goodness of things, they are distinct features that figure in distinct explanations of phenomena in the natural world. So in creatures, these attributes vary independently, not only in their intensity. We know of some relatively powerful human beings who are markedly ignorant, but also in instantiation. Some powerful entities, natural phenomena, lack knowledge altogether. Further, such attributes seem necessarily only to characterize things rather than being, you might say, freestanding acting entities. Well, the standard reply here on your screen of simplicity theorists to this worry is twofold. They say, well, God's perfect attributes are distinct in kind from creaturely attributes that fall under the same terms. And so we can't assume that those structural facts, you might say, that I mentioned concerning creaturely attributes carry over to the divine case. And secondly, they say our tendency to think that they must carry over, even to the case of God, they have to be really distinct in some sense, right? Because they play a role in different kinds of explanations about even God's behavior, you might say. That tendency to think that they have to be distinct from one another reflects only an inescapable fact about human cognition, not how things must be with respect to God, but how we must think them to be with respect to God and to anything else. So the idea is, you know, to understand something's behavior, it's a deep fact about any kind of creaturely cognition. It's not distinctively human. Any creaturely cognition must model it as having components in a general sense that interact or are differentially responsible for various aspects of a thing's effects, a phenomenon's effects. In the case of anything else, this ineluctable form of our cognition is well suited to capture the reality of what we cognize. Because for creaturely phenomena, complexity of behavior or of output always tracks some measure of complexity in the source, and basic predicates, at least, with fundamentally different meanings, really mark really distinct features of such things. But of course, the simplicity theorist is going to go on to say, God is a special, indeed radically singular case. And in God, there are no moving parts for our mind to latch onto. His power and knowledge are a higher reality of which complex and distinct creaturely power and knowledge are just pale imitations, and they are the, it is the thing, it, singular, is the thing from which they, the creaturely manifestations, spring. So we mean different things. We mean different truths in calling God powerful and in calling God knowledgeable, but they refer in this unique case to a singular reality, which is of none other than the radically simple God himself. So then some suggest that this is analogous to what happens in ordinary discourse, sometimes we unwittingly use expressions that co-refer, such as the morning star and the evening star, which we discovered those terms from ancient astronomy both refer to the planet Venus, right? But this seems to be the fact that we can meaningfully use different expressions and not think of them as co-referring when they do in fact, seems to be made possible by the complexity of the reference or the phenomena involving them. The distinct terms are applied to distinct phases or states of the object in question. But that first simplicity claim, the identity thesis, seems to block any such account of how something similar can occur with respect to predication of God. If distinctions among the ways we characterize God reflect only something about us, a very general feature of the way our minds grasp truth, and they have no real basis in God, why is it appropriate to use such very different terms? How can there be diverse truths concerning the intrinsic nature of a radically simple God? Well, many reach here for Aquinas's doctrine of analogy. So Aquinas contends that while power and so on do not univocally apply to God and creatures, these uses are systematically related in such a way that it's apt to use the term in both cases. They are not merely equivocal. It's not like using the word bank for both the place you sit alongside the river and where you put your money, right? It's a special kind of equivocation, okay? Limited creaturely power bears a certain likeness to God. It's pre-existing and unlimited source. Creatures bear a limited likeness to God's power and a limited likeness to God's knowledge, and these likenesses are distinct, even though, according to Aquinas's absolute simplicity doctrine, God's power and knowledge are identical. But it seems to me that whatever we make of Aquinas's doctrine of analogy when we explore its detail, and it's motivated for other reasons, it seems really to be no help with this problem. Instead, it merely shifts the problem's terms. How can it be that there are intrinsically very different ways of bearing analogical likeness to an entity that is devoid of complexity? So in the end, I think the Thomist should and typically does say that God's absolute simplicity renders God wholly incomprehensible to us. That admission results in an impasse with the doctrine's critics, as its proponents do not concede it as a point against the doctrine. They reason that it should be entirely unsurprising that the transcendent, unlimited, and uncaused source of being is beyond the ken of a creature whose cognitive capacities are fitted for theorizing about empirical phenomena. So much recent discussion has turned to arguments that the doctrine is inconsistent with 3 or 4 other theses that most of its proponents accept, or according to its critics, should accept. So I'll now briefly discuss the compatibility of Thomist simplicity with these other theses. All right, so question, is it consistent with God's willing and knowing a contingent creation? Most theists assume that God's willing the actual created order into being is contingent, Leibniz being a special exception to the general rule, right? So the idea is God might have willed another order of created reality, or indeed none at all. Now, God knows created reality, Aquinas tells us, by knowing himself. A natural way to understand that seemingly puzzling claim begins with the fact that the very possibility of everything apart from God on Aquinas's Metaphysics resides in the power of God. God knows all possibilities, including the possibility of the actual world, by knowing his own power, which on Aquinas's absolute simplicity doctrine is identical to God. Of course, grasping the possibility of a world such as ours in its every detail is one thing. Knowing that it actually exists is another. How might the knowledge of contingent actuality be entailed by a knowledge of God's simple, necessary nature? So contemporary simplicity theorists offload the determination of contingent content in divine knowledge onto the world. They say that's where you have to, you don't look to something, you don't locate it within the mind of God, so to speak, right? We go external about the content of God's knowledge. And we do the same with respect to God's willing the world into being. So the suggestion is that God's knowledge or willing of a world's actuality will vary from world to world simply in virtue of the worldly variation itself. God knows or wills himself, and that's intrinsic to his nature, and that's invariant. God's knowing or willing our contingent reality, call it C, consists in that invariant self-knowledge or self-willing, together with C's being absolutely causally dependent upon God. Okay, so that's the proposal you get from people like Alex Proust and others. However, this radical externalism is very implausible. Knowing contingent reality seems to require an equally contingent, intrinsically contentful state, a state that registers that reality in some way. So the very idea of grasping, right? So any kind of knowledge, whether it's intuitive knowledge or what, seems like it involves a contentful state. Now, sometimes some proponents of simplicity here, they appeal to semantic externalism about human knowledge, and what they say, on that thesis, what we are thinking about, what you and I are thinking about when we're just thinking about the world around us, is partly determined by the nature of the things themselves, right? Meaning is not all in the head, as Putnam said. And this is owing to the causal character of reference. But without getting into the details of that kind of semantic externalist picture, notice that a central element of the picture is the causal role of the object of knowledge in determining the intrinsic character of the knowing state. So I know that there is water in front of me and not phenomenally similar twatter, because water plays a distal actual causal role, first in fixing our shared concept, water, right? And then second, in this sample of water in front of me is a central cause of my present experience of and belief state concerning it. But the simplicity theorist eschews any causal relations that flow from creatures to God. And therefore, it seems, cannot plausibly draw an analogy from semantic externalism regarding human thought and knowledge to the more radical kind of externalism of content that she envisions concerning God's knowledge of contingent truth. There is a second difficulty if we assume that our world is not only contingent, but it also unfolds non-deterministically, as some theists do, but not all. In that case, God's knowledge of and willed response to undetermined creaturely choices will be, it seems, explanatorily posterior to them, which undercuts the proposal. They have things to say about it. I'm not going to try to exhaustively survey all the ins and outs of the way these issues get debated. I'm really just trying to motivate why we might wish to have a weaker, more intelligible conception of simplicity, and then to argue that we can. All right. 3, this is a discussion that doesn't, is not discussed by contemporary philosophers, but it seems to me it ought to. It's a very simple but seemingly serious issue. And that's the question of whether God's absolutely simplicity is consistent with God's knowledge of complexity. Basic, contingent and necessary truths are many and varied, right? Could an absolutely simple mind grasp this complex body of information? We might well initially suppose that in grasping his own power, right, as I've said, God grasps all creational possibilities. But then when we're told that God is absolutely simple, God's power involves no differentiation of any kind whatsoever intrinsically, we then are led to ask, well, how could direct cognition of something that by hypothesis is completely in every way simple enable one to grasp that which is intrinsically irreducibly complex? We can grant that God's knowledge, as many Thomists say, his knowledge of creation is intuitive, not propositional. He just gloms onto that reality directly by willing it into being, right? He doesn't think abstract thoughts about it, right? So let's grant that. And then you might say intuitive states of awareness have a kind of natural ontological unity to them, right? Think of your own, right now, visual awareness of what you're looking at. There's a kind of unity to that experiential state. However, absolute simplicity is a stronger thesis than is ontological unity of the knowledge state, as is illustrated by the very complex character of our own unified experiences. If an intuitive cognition of all truth constitutes a knowledge of the diverse and complex ways things are in material creation and let alone among the eternal truths, it will have to manifest structure that somehow encodes that diversity of what is known. We could consider only this: God knows the divine essence and he knows existing created things. This fundamental divide in reality, God and everything other than God, cannot be encompassed in God's active intuition, it seems, if there is nothing in that intuition that encodes for conjunction and negation, which immediately entails complexity, it seems. All right. Fourth and final question. Is it consistent with God's loving concern for the lives of his creatures? This is a kind of worry that kind of a experienced religious worry about the Thomistic picture, right? This is the kind of worry that Pascal was bothered by when he contrasted the God of the philosophers and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So it's plausibly fundamental to theistic religious belief that the existence, actions, concerns, and experiences of each of his image-bearing creatures are of concern to God. The absolute simplicity theory entails that God would be intrinsically exactly the same whether or not any such image bearers exist, and regardless of which possible experiences they undergo. Well, these two claims seem to be inconsistent with each other. This objection is closely related to the previous one concerning the possibility of an absolutely simple God's knowing a contingent creation. But its distinctness is suggested by reflecting on the Thomistic doctrine that God knows the world. Let's go back to that, through his own essence. One can see how, as Thomists maintain, God may know all about the character of our world simply through seeing it as one possible total output of his own power. While we're still left to puzzle over how the unique actuality of our world among the possibilities is also known in this way, but don't worry about that. But God's concern for existing things, it seems, is not in this way closely mirrored by concern for merely possible things, right? To suppose that God's concern extends over all of possibility space is to weaken the boundary between possibility and actuality. Now, you might say, hey, that's kind of cool. Why don't we go for that? Philosophers might, but it's going to weaken the doctrine of creation ex nihilo if we end up going that way. Had God created a different reality, he would have had, it seems, a different set of creaturely objects of concern. And had he not created, he would have had no such concern. The problem is that concern seems to be an attitude that has, on the one hand, a distinctive intrinsic character that is essentially directed outward toward its objects and their circumstances. And so it would be a way that God varies intrinsically from world to world if our world is contingent. All right, well, that's my quick review of what I take to be the central objections to the viability of the Thomist or absolute simplicity theory. I don't think any of these objections have been convincingly overcome. So are there better ways to theorize the unity of a God who exists wholly a se from himself? Time for theory 2. So John Duns Scotus defended an account of divine simplicity that weakens the Thomist theory by replacing that first identity of attributes, strict numerical identity of attributes thesis with 1b that you have here on your screen. That realities can be formally distinct, but really the same, was a signature element of Scotus's metaphysics, and he applies it in a lot of different ways, not just to God. He sees it as something central. Here, I will replace Scotus's talk of entities being really the same, and I'll just say really non-separable, which is all I take it. That's pretty much the heart of his idea of something's being really the same. Where being really non-separable is to be understood as it's not being metaphysically possible that they exist apart from each other, or indeed from the thing in which they reside. Okay, so this distinction, of course, for those of you who are not familiar with very much medieval philosophy, kind of shows up in Descartes' meditations, right? For his argument for the real distinction of mind and body. This is ultimately has Scotistic roots. So on the Scotistic theory, the basis for distinct true predications of God is the divine nature, and not, as with the Thomist theory, merely the workings of creaturely minds. So on this Scotus theory, God's ontologically prior to his several attributes. To get a handle on this theory, it's helpful to reflect on different ways one might conceive the nature of mereologically basic physical entities, or simples, as contemporary metaphysicians talk about it. So an electron has 4 fundamental attributes: charge, mass, spin, magnetic moment, indeterminate magnitudes. Other particle types also have certain of these attributes, but with varying magnitudes, and positrons, we're told, are nearly identical in nature to electrons, but differ only in the direction of their charge. If we thought of these attributes as immanent universals, which we've talked about, then their being common to distinct natures, their real separability, forces us to say that the attributes are prior to any particular substance, such as that of an individual electron that has them. But suppose it were otherwise. Suppose that each of these 4 attributes were instanced only in one precise magnitude and direction, and by electrons alone. There's no overlap of electron nature in physical theory with any other particle kind. Imagine that were the case. Then it would be natural to posit that the electron nature was ontologically prior to any of its defining attributes. The imagined case still differs from that of God on Scotus's theory, in that the nature of an electron is capable of multiple instantiation, and so is prior to any individual substance that has it. And so there would still be a worry. We'd have this thing called divine nature that's prior to God, the divine substance, the individual. So then, an individual, if you went for a view like this, if you had immanent universals, you'd likely say that the individual is the result of a primitive ontological joining of a shareable nature, and some kind of individuating principle, whether prime matter of Aristotle, a hexaity, or a bare particular, right? But God's nature is not capable of multiple instantiation. And so his attributes should not be thought of as universals. So they're much more akin to the elements of trope theory, dependent qualities that are particular to the substances that they characterize. So on the Scotus, thinking about it that way, on the Scotistic theory of simplicity, we can say that God is a necessarily existing and necessarily unique instance of divinity. Better, God is identical to that formally complex, self-subsisting nature. Well, the Scotus theory yields clear advantages, it seems to me, over the Thomist theory without any obvious downsides. It answers 2 of our 5 questions much more satisfactorily. It straightforwardly accommodates our ascription of a plurality of attributes of God. If you're an austere metaphysician, you might judge the formal distinction to be some kind of substantial ideological cost, but it's clearly less expensive than the Thomists' idea that God has a rich yet utterly simple nature somehow. Okay, and in allowing for a kind of non-compositional complexity in the divine nature, it doesn't engender an immediate puzzle as to how a simple God might have knowledge of complexity. However, by retaining the commitment to God's necessary intrinsic sameness, it cannot also offer an advance on the unsatisfying, purely externalist accounts of God's willing, knowing, and concerned loving of a contingent creation. So addressing those questions more convincingly will require a more significant break with the Thomist theory. A third approach, and I'm just going to briefly note it. I think of it as a halfway house. If you're going to go here, you need to go one step further. But it follows Scotus by including 1b over 1a. Okay, so we have a real plurality of attributes, and we replace 2a, which for Scotus and Aquinas said that God has no contingent intrinsic features, with the claim that, yeah, God has contingent intrinsic features, tropy features, you might say, that partly constitute his free activity, his contingent free activity, but those features are not capable of existence apart from his elements. Okay. Finally, it retains the claim, though, that God is never acted on. So on this Stumpian view, God timelessly acquires contingent intrinsic features through willing, knowing, and loving the contingent world that he creates, though not by being acted upon by anything in the world. Instead, they are constitutive of or result from his own activity in relation to that world. It's all self-contained. It's all generated internally, right? It's in response to what's out there, but it's not causal. Nothing flows from creatures to God. All right, that's the claim. In the interest of time, I'm not going to discuss this view. I'm just going to summarily say that I do not find it plausible attempts to show that divine responsivity in knowing, loving, willing, and indeterministically unfolding contingent reality could be wholly active, wholly self-contained. But for if you want to see a Stumpian defense, see the chapter on simplicity in Eleanor Stump's book, Aquinas. Okay, she gives a very extended attempt to defend this. She claims this is, by the way, Aquinas' actual theory, but I find that very, very implausible. That's not how Aquinas has usually been understood. Eleanor is a very good philosopher and a very good Thomist scholar, but she likes Aquinas always to end up agreeing with what she thinks he ought to be saying. So I think sometimes that pushes her towards reading the text in a somewhat strained manner. You're not recording this, are you? Oh, this is going online. Oh boy. Oh dear. All right. Well, let's move on. So Thomists, Scotists, and Stumpians all claim that God's being in any way causally affected by creatures entails the falsity of that fundamental theistic axiom that God is wholly ontologically independent being and the first cause of all else. But it seems to me that this consequence is resistible. So I'm going to try to tell you why I think so, and let's see what you have to say. So I think we can just replace 3a with the 3b that you have on the screen. We say something similar. We say, yes, God is causally affected by creatures, but it's not that it's not that God is, we need to have an equally fundamental source outside of God that accounts for why this is. So while here's what I want to say. While creaturely activities causally contribute to those contingent divine features, those very activities do not exist or operate independent of God's sovereign control in the final analysis. Instead, they are themselves effects of God's free, creative, being sustaining activity, right? So the minimalist package that I give can be amplified in the way that I have it here on the screen. I'll let you read. That's my brief for why we shouldn't think that embracing or accepting the idea of creaturely causal impact on some aspects of the contingent divine nature compromises God's aseity. So it seems to me that whatever other shortcomings, for this reason, it seems to me, whatever other shortcomings the basic theory may have, it appears to offer a coherent and sufficient response to the fundamental motivation behind the doctrine of simplicity, which again is God's aseity, complete ontological independence of all else. Aseity alone, it seems to me, does not entail the Thomist theory or any of the other theories. Okay, just a couple quick final issues here. So Aquinas argues that if you envision potentiality in God, that immediately entails imperfection. So this is independent of aseity, just it entails imperfection, right? Well, in response, there is a perfectly good sense in which the divine nature as envisioned by the minimalist package that I suggested, the divine nature is not intrinsically complete. And so etymologically speaking, that means God's not perfect, right? Because the English word perfection, just root etymological sense, is completion, right? However, it's not at all obvious that this implies imperfection in the contemporary evaluative sense. On the basic theory, God's nature is a necessary unity of all the perfections, the divine attributes. And among these perfections is a creative power whose expression carries with it the potentiality for receptivity and responsiveness to the creaturely activity that God sustains. Is there a better, because more complete way than this to be? Well, not if the Thomist theory can't be sustained intelligibly. What evaluative perfection demands is a contested issue, right? And so it can't be used as an independent criterion by which to adjudicate between theories of simplicity. Finally, the basic theory also seems to imply that God is mutable and so temporal, not timelessly eternal, because God changes. There is a long tradition of arguing that an atemporal life would be superior to a temporal life. It's developed that Augustine argues this at length in various places, for example, because they'll say things like, well, you know, temporal life necessarily involves regret over positive things that are now past, or the need to wait for what is anticipated. That seems like an unworthy kind of attitude for God to have, that kind of thing. And so it seems like an atemporal life is more befitting of the perfect reality that is God. But whatever force these arguments might have for you on first consideration will evaporate if the notion of an atemporal life cannot be coherently sustained, or if it is, as I've suggested, inconsistent with God's knowing and responding to a contingent creation that is itself gifted with a freedom that imitates that of its creator. Now, the issue of God and time obviously demands extended consideration and is indeed, as I see it, the chief theoretical challenge for the basic theory. This issue is going to appear differently through the lenses of the different metaphysical theories about the nature of time. So an adequate theory of time must accommodate, it seems to me in a plausible way, both the success of fundamental physical theory that treats time and space as united aspects of a single manifold, and the implicit commitments of our being causally effective and morally responsible persons. Now, by my lights, these joint desiderata, which are difficult and are in some tension with one another, point either towards growing block or presentism and away from 4D and even 3D eternalism. But I gather that not all philosophers of time agree with me. So finally, it seems like a satisfactory account of God's temporality, if indeed God would be temporal, plausibly should have it that time, or perhaps God's time, is fundamentally a mode of God's own being, rather than being some kind of external dimension that conditions him in the way that time isn't a dimension that's external to us and that conditions us. Well, assuming we can manage all that, it seems to me that the basic theory has a lot to recommend itself, and that's all. All right, let me stop.
Thank you, Tim. Nice talk. It's time for questions. Tian Chun, you first. You go first.
Thanks for the talk. So I am thinking about the difference between 1A and 1B.
Okay.
So I guess one of the reasons that the Thomists like to hold on to 1A is because they accept some sort of hylomorphic theory of substances.
Mm-hmm.
So for them, forms and matter are more fundamental than the substances.
Right.
So if God has different constituents like his divine attributes, so he will be less he will not be the most fundamental being in the world, right?
Right. But yeah, so Thomists are going to say in that picture, God, of course, has no individuating matter. God is pure self-subsisting form. And so if you went that way, and then you say the form has a kind of complexity to it, you don't have this sort of worry, right? If the attributes, that's why I'm thinking within the kind of something analogous to the trope way of thinking about the divine attributes is the way to go here, right? Just like, you know, the color, the blueness of my shirt could not, that very blueness could not exist apart from my shirt, right? So the divine power could not exist apart from the divine nature. It's not like an ingredient that could be taken out here or potentially put over there. And then we say, you know, then we need some kind of cause that accounts for how did these things come together and there being a thing like that, having that nature. So I think you could still have that. You can endorse the hylomorphic picture. You're going to say God is
actually I'm thinking whether
they even say this about, by the way, well, about angels, but because they're immaterial beings, and that's a whole fun separate discussion among the medievals. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm wondering whether we can adopt some sort of idea like the priority monism. So priority monism thinks that the Pahu relation and the grounding relation can go in different directions. So let's say, so we have the hylomorphic constitution relation, and we might say this relation, the direction of this relation is different from the grounding relation among God and his divine attributes.
Right. Yeah, I think so. Only, I mean,
Yeah.
priority monism is usually a thesis about object parts, the whole object has constituent object parts, but those object parts are in some sense that I find very mysterious, allegedly posterior to the whole. And so we don't have object parts in God, right? But the form of the picture, right, so to speak, is similar. Yes, it's a priority monism, but only now with respect to attributes.
And I also think we might extend this kind of strategy to 3B, the motivation of 3B. So I think the reason that Thomists want to accept the 3A is because they think if God is caused by some creature, then the creaturely cause is more fundamental than God. Right. But again, we can say causation is different from grounding, and only grounding tracks the relative fundamentality. So even if God is partly caused by some creatures' free actions, it doesn't mean that God is less fundamental than creatures.
Right, but they don't want to, I mean, they would say, I think it's important to say that, look, so God has contingent features that are partly caused by creatures. It's important to say that the very power of creatures to register themselves in some way in the divine knowledge is itself a power that is sustained in being by God. So, behind that activity, more fundamental than that activity, is God's giving of being activity. And so it shares with the Stumpian picture that the fundamental explanation of why God is contingently the way he is makes reference to God himself. But it just says there's a real role played here. There is a real causal chain going that partly goes from creatures to God. Yes, but I think I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Anthony has a question. Go on, Anthony.
I'm also taking notes at the same time. Hi, Tim. It's good to see you. So just building off the discussion so far. So I agree with you that the way to think of God is as a some sort of whole that has trope parts, which are posterior aspects of God, and that's the way to articulate the basic theory. So I think that's good, and I get that. I mean, as someone who's worked a lot on tropes, that makes sense to me.
I mean, it's just sorry if I just throw in. It's kind of like what Heil and E.J. Lowe say. They want to say where they want to say it's not a constituent ontology because they want to say there's a sense in which these tropes are not, because they're not really separable aspects. Anyway, so there's there are other metaphysical uses, other pictures on which you have something structurally similar.
So I want to ask about again going to the 3B, the third claim about the contingent intrinsic attributes in relation between God and the creaturely world. So one thought I had was, so I'll just ask you first, is the idea that when we have sort of reality unfolding, and you sort of prefer either the presentist view or a growing block theory, so there's some sort of dynamicness to reality. So as reality sort of unfolding, there's like a reciprocity that sort of comes from how the world's unfolding. It's sort of it's reciprocating, and sort of that's where the effect. That's how God is impacted by how the world, the creaturely world, and how it unfolds. So it's kind of like, I mean, even Aristotle had some sort of category of reciprocity that was like in relation to causation. Like, so the effect sort of reciprocates something with respect to the cause. And even Charlie Martin, and you mentioned John Heil, when they talk about dispositions and causes, they have this notion of a reciprocal transaction partner or something like that. And there the idea is there's the effect in relation to the cause. Right. There's some sort of like unity to like the situation, and what the effect is doing is playing some sort of reciprocal role to its cause. So is that another way to sort of put like how you're thinking of three?
I wasn't pushing that way. Thomas would be even more bothered by that kind of picture. But the way they're thinking, Aquinas says, and I think he's following Aristotle here, although I can't be sure. He's got this picture. The Aristotelian picture is, you have the object, and there's this thing called the sensible species that kind of registers. It's like a little immaterial copy of the object, and then the knowing mind, when you cognize that thing, you extract the information from that sensible species, and it's a wholly active thing. It's as if the thing's just there, serving itself up to your mind, right? And you form an intelligible species that is a concept, right? And that's supposed to be wholly active. It's not like the presence in your mind, we would say in your, kind of in the neural machinery, right? The encoding of information about what you're looking at somehow plays a causal role in your coming to form a general concept. No, the mind just somehow extracts it. It's purely active. And that's how, Stump follows Aquinas, saying, something like that could be the right way to think about it. And I'm just thinking, but A, that's not how it goes. And B, I'm not sure that I can make sense out of that there's no causality, that any kind of mind, I'm trying to think very abstractly. Of course, God's mind's a special case, right? But any kind of mind, it has to be the sort of thing fitted for the mind to cognize, right? And so there has to make a minimal causal contribution to what's going on here when it's being known or theorized about in some way. But I wasn't wanting to commit to the idea of there is no such thing. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, okay. Right. I wasn't wanting to say all causation. There was talk of the cause versus the effect when you got two things interacting is just a way of speaking. It's just giving emphasis to what in reality is just a joint result that manifests itself in one way on one side of the interaction and one way on the other side, right? I was saying that a lot of people in the Thomist tradition might not like that, but in a way you might say that could soften the blow, right? You're just, you're not saying that creatures causing, God is passively being impacted. That does sound kind of strange. There's some explaining that needs to be done here if that's what we're going to be saying. And then if you just say, well, no, it's just when you have more than one thing causally interacting, it's a shared thing. But of course, that's not what's going on in God's. And then you say, well, creation, of course, is different because creation is giving being. That's the radically different kind of causality. That's unique, right? Because there's no reciprocation. It's just giving a being. But then you say subsequently, you've got this. I wasn't committing to that, but nothing I was saying was also meant to resist that.
Right. Yeah. So I think that just quickly, we talked about like the creation case, and you think of like divine concurrence. There's another way there where you could think about, how God can organize the material, which is like the creaturely world. How God can organize the material. At the same time, God is expressing the nature of what He is organizing as well. And there again, there's like some sort of recognition in God of like what He's done, and like that's sort of bringing God and the world together.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Yeah. Sorry, I started to have another thought, but I got to stop that. But yes, I think I'm in agreement.
Yeah, there is like this a paper by George P. Adams from the 30s on a theory of universals, and he talked about universals and how they operate on the instances, their processes, and he defined two roles for these universals. And one is to organize the material. That's what it's instantiated in. But in doing that, it's expressing the nature of its instances. And there's like this kind of like a two-way street. defining these two sort of roles. So that's where I was sort of coming from.
Email me a link to that. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, there's time for one more question. Gonzalo, go on.
So, yeah, so my question is about the Scottist claim that God consists of his numerically different attributes, although they are inseparable, and his essence or nature. So I have two worries. I mean, and I'd like to know whether you think these are any good. On the one hand, it seems to me as if the Scottist is putting too much structure in God. And on the other hand, it seems to me as if they are putting too little structure. So why too much structure? Well, because I would have thought that the essence of God or nature of God was entirely exhausted by his attributes. So once you have the attributes, why add on top of that the essence or nature? So in other words, the question is, if the essence or nature of God is not exhausted by his attributes, what else is in his nature or essence, right? And so that's the worry, that they might be putting in too much structure. At the same time, it seems to me they might be putting too little structure in God, because the numerically different attributes are supposed to ground or make true different attributions we make to God, and they're supposed to be perfect in themselves. So suppose power is one of the attributes, so God possesses that perfectly. That means that his power is complete. So he's omnipotent and he's omniscient and he has a perfectly good will, and so on and so forth. But you can have an omnipotent being, an omniscient being, and a perfectly good being in such a way that, so you could have a being which has omnipotence, omniscience, and a perfectly good will, but somehow those attributes don't cooperate with each other, don't align with each other. So he doesn't do, this being doesn't do what the will tells him to do, although he can do it. So he's still omnipotent, but he fails to act on the reasons of his will, and so on and so forth. Clearly, that's not going to be God, because he's not going to be, that being is not going to be perfect, although he is constituted by individually perfect attributes. So what we need to put inside God, apart from these individually perfect attributes, is something like a principle that organizes these different attributes in a perfect way. But that must be distinct from an attribute. We cannot make that a further attribute, because we will have a sort of regress. The same problem is reintroduced. We need something that organizes all those attributes. So that's the idea.
Yeah. Good. Right. So the first horn of the dilemma, you're wanting to push towards a kind of just reduce to the elements, right? It's kind of like, suppose, our electrons, why suppose it's just might be a mere convenience to talk about it as a thing over and above power, mass, spin, and so on. But really, we dissolve the reality into the individual tropes and what we observe about the way they co-evolve within our world. And then similarly, we say something about God. And the thought is, right, Scotus is going to say, no, that's missing God. It's not as if God's power is something, an acting agent, right? A complete acting agent that's distinct from God's knowledge, right? God acts as a unity. So, right, and I took the claim to be, maybe, you're challenging, I guess, the claim that simply saying that the attributes positing as a metaphysical posit, that the attributes are posterior to the unity that is God, in some sense, right? They derive their being from the unity in some sense, or at any rate are not more fundamental than God, is not enough. There has to be some account maybe of why that's what that comes to, or something like that perhaps is the concern, because we certainly wouldn't want to say, we don't think of raw power, if that's one of our candidate divine attributes, as acting an active principle that's complete in its own way, that interacts with, well, not God acts in a purposive way that's informed by his knowledge, right, and his power, right? It's the unity that is God, and indeed his goodness, his awareness of perfection, of value. All of these things are in distinct ways are involved in the explanation of creation, for example. So there's a unity to God that is needed to account for that. And, you know, God's a subject who has power. I mean, there's, you know, maybe the fact that we're thinking of does this help? The fact that God is an aware being?
Are you addressing the first?
Yeah, I'm sticking on the first horn.
Okay, so, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to go bundle theories, right, and identify God with his attributes. But even if you believe that God is a subject and God is not reducible to his attributes, the claim was not that, you know, there is the attributes and there is God. The claim was, if I remember right, there is the attributes and there is the essence of God. You know, but the essence of God is also something over and above God as a subject. So what is in the essence that is not in the attributes? That's the question.
Nothing. Sorry, and I probably was speaking a bit loosely there. And of course, yeah, you know, once you start throwing around terms like essence, nature, and so forth, then it all depends on which theorist we're dealing with here. Right. I just meant the unity, the subject that is God. And I meant nothing, nothing beyond that. And then you wanted to say, but we need more structure because...
Well, because the different attributes, and I was thinking mainly of power, knowledge, and perfectly goodwill, they might be perfect in themselves, but that doesn't guarantee that they is sort of aligned with each other in the
well, I mean, this is a real issue in philosophical theology, right? You say God possesses all the perfections. What are those? All the ways that it's better to be than not to be, and that imply no imperfection in themselves. Okay. And, you know, then you talk about certain attributes and you say, well, is it possible that epistemically might it turn out that some perfections in that sense are simply not mutually compossible? Yeah. And it's a big claim that no, in fact, they are all compossible. In fact, there are some arguments, right, that certain attributes are in tension, you know, perfection of goodness with perfection of freedom, understood in a very strong non-deterministic sense, freedom of action or something. You know, it seems like God ought to be free to do evil, right? And so on. There's lots of such arguments. So it's a non-trivial claim that there is no contradiction among the perfection.
Yeah, but compatibility is necessary, but not sufficient. So suppose you have a set of compatible attributes, so that, you know, they are compatible. There is no contradiction between them. And I take it that knowledge, power, and perfectly goodwill are and if they aren't compatible, let's assume for the sake of example that they are. Isn't there still something extra needed, which is the fact that somehow God must, you know, must act in ways which are informed by his knowledge and by his will. Otherwise, so that's why I think, you know, compatibility is not sufficient. We need these different attributes somehow being aligned with each other in the right way. Somehow, I don't know what word to use, but maybe cooperating with each other.
I think that's right.
God, he could be omnipotent, omniscient, and so on, but he wouldn't be what the theist wants God to be,
yeah, I think that's right. And, you know, the theist could say, you know, part of, if we're just in a purely philosophical mode, why would we entertain this picture? The theist is ultimately going to be offering an account of the grounds of possibility, for example, right? God is going to be, so it's not like there's going to be, well, imagine a kind of thing that wouldn't flow from God. You know, it's going to turn out there are no possibilities like that. Those are epistemic possibilities, right, that are not consistent with the fundamental ground of being, right? Just like there's epistemic possibilities that are not consistent with creaturely natures, So you might have thought you could have a world with water without hydrogen. Then you learn some science and you find out, no, you can't. It's impossible, right? Well, similarly, you might have thought, I can imagine a world, that's just no God, and it's just, some ocean of stuff of some kind out there just being its own thing, or a giant grasshopper and nothing else. And then the answer is no, there is no possibility like that. That's a merely epistemic possibility. So theism is implicitly a theory about metaphysical modality.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're on time. So thanks, Tim, for that talk. And yeah, we should be closing now. I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. And I do hope to see you again at some point. We don't know where yet and when, but yeah, thanks a lot. I don't know if Carlo wants to say something on behalf of the organizers.
Not really. Just thank you so much for accepting our invitation and then giving such wonderful papers. I think it was all very interesting. Yeah, I, for one, had a really good time throughout these 3 days of conference. And it is my impression that, that each of you also, I mean, whenever you were able to make it, of course, it's a sort of demanding timetable, but
thank the organizers for the wonderful workshop. So thank you, Sebastian and Carlo.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. It's great to see you.
I think we're done now. So
I say it was great to see you all as well.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't in person. Yeah. It was great to still have
we
a
do
philosophical interaction.
It was fun. So yeah, we're free to go now. So see you another time.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
what do we do with this, Sebastian? Do we have to shut it down for YouTube?
Yeah, you just need to leave, and then Andres will help me to stop the streaming. Bye, team.
Bye.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Ahí se fue.
Okay.
¿Tú le avisas
socio.
entonces, Andrés?
Sí. Está bajo aviso. Estoy en WhatsApp con él. Ya, estimado, hablamos.
Ya, pues estamos hablando de todas maneras. Habrá que hacer algo